and it's the IO methods. It's on the IO website, ioha.net. And today I'm just going to be highlighting three of those principles here. No particular reason. So, how do we apply these kind of ethics in occupational hygiene? And I understand that a lot of you in the crowd today might be 20-30% or so that are occupational hygienists, and the majority of you are safety or generalist health and safety specialists. So you might have your own kind of ethics as part of your own professional body, just like human factors society as well. So take what you can in your own context and apply it accordingly. So I want to remind you all that AI is a fantastic tool that has improved our lives with creativity, productivity, and we have heard of some examples yesterday from that. So I want to be a downer today and talk about, right, we must do this, we must do that. These are just pointers of reminding us how to use this tool to our advantage, but at the same time not compromise our professional ethics as well. Because if we don't have an arbiter of doing the right thing and how we practice our work, our profession, then what's the point of our profession? And that will be in discussion later. We might as well let AI take over our jobs. So how can we harness this technology to not only add value to clients, organisations you work for, to benefit worker health, but how do you navigate that environment? So that's where code ethics can come into play. All right, so first the upside. Zephyr yesterday stole my idea already about explaining about calculators. So I'm just going to relive that part here today. So remember, for some of us, when we went through primary school, high school, we used to do mathematics or arithmetic with pencil and paper. We'd be doing long division, we'd write it out by hand, try to do 251 divided by 13. Carry the one. It's a long time. And then with the introduction of the pocket calculator, we were able to do those calculations much faster, but we didn't lose the fundamentals of how to carry out those equations, right? It actually enhanced us and freed up our time to learn other aspects, whatever we needed to do in school. So it made our job easier and easier. So we stopped memorizing formulas with the advent of the calendar. But we gained so much more brain space and capacity, cognitive ability to learn other things instead. And so for us, AI now is perhaps not the scary thing. It's perhaps a new calculator, and it's going to help us do higher value professional work. All right. So I had a look at the literature to look at some real-world applications and the benefits of AI as close to occupational hygiene as possible. But because it's such a new technology, the amount of literature is still sparse and still developing. So I found what I could get that would relate as closely as possible. So in this picture here, this is from a study by Hanson and colleagues in 2022. So what they did was they deployed carbon monoxide sensors in a heavy equipment manufacturing facility. They used machine learning to model low-cost sensor readings against reference data, and they were able to produce these heat maps. So what resulted was that the AI that they used was accurate enough that it replaced laboratory calibration. And each of those measurements were fully predicted on its distribution instead of a point estimate. For the occupational hygienists out there that know, We work in terms of risk, so we never 100% confident in the number of exposure, whatever it is we get to standard. What we try and explain to people is that you're somewhere between this range. So they were able to focus on the distribution of the estimate data, and they were able to use that estimate and compare that to the American Industrial Hygiene Association, the AIHA's framework. So they had the exposure ratings like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 is a 1% of exposure limit, 1 is 5%, and so on. And 4 is exceeding exposure limit. So arguably, they have created an output here that is more accurate than traditional exposure monitoring, and it also is more useful because a picture tells 1,000 words. And similarly, these kind of heat maps, you might be more familiar with noise maps as well. You take the galvanometer, you take spot readings, and you produce that like that. And it's a very powerful visual tool that you can use to educate workers, business owners, etc., where the areas of highest risks are, so that they can implement controls according to their spot. So there are other benefits, and Mr. and Shah and Mr. in 2024, they conducted a review, and they looked at studies all the way back to 1974. To look for examples of where AI was used and how it's safely field. So even exoskeletons, so those of you with the human factors and ergonomics profession would be familiar with. These have been around for ages, and they have shown that these exoskeletons have resulted in fewer than 83% of reduction in injuries. There have been smart helmets made with gas sensors attached to them for working in confined spaces or in mines. There have been computer vision technology to detect areas of heat stress as well. And of course, we've seen some examples yesterday, but there have been virtual reality as a tool for training. So these are all AI assisted or AI relevant tools out there that have been around for decades. You know, we are just familiar with the term AI as Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, etc. AI has been around for quite some time. Fastly and colleagues in 2025, they did a systematic review of AI and occupational radiation exposure. So what they found in terms of the conclusions was that they listed the problems that were present and relevant to our discussion today. So things like interpretability. Can we interpret the algorithms that the AI generates and outputs? Do their outputs align with our health and safety standards? And there's a lack of interdisciplinary experience going on with AI. So, a conference such as this can hopefully elucidate and foster some ideas or collaboration. And we saw that with panel discussion yesterday, it's really cool, to use AI to our benefit to protect worker health. All right. Can you check what you did in the middle? You can see the benefits of AI in health and safety professions. You might already have some of these use cases yourself. You have had numerous use cases for that, so some really great examples. But let me go back to what I talked about in noise map, so something similar to that. All right, so imagine this picture. Imagine that noise maps. And you created one, and you took all these spot readings, walk from 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter that way, and you did this all throughout the road. So you've got a grid on recordings, and you put that data in your AI model. And you get the model, the dimensions of the website as well. You want to list where walls are, where machinery is placed, all the information you can. You want to produce it as quick as possible. and then you give it a prompt to develop a noise map for you, and you get something, beautiful, for example, such as this, when it's powerful knocks up, let's just imagine it's for noise. So some really good looking visuals that can put it into your report. But you notice that it introduced some figures that you weren't so sure about. Around the borders, essentially, you notice some numbers that you actually didn't record. Because AI generated. So, how do you check it? How do you know that the number at output is the expected number that you could get in the workplace? On face value, it looks great. AI is really good at sounding confident and telling you what you want to hear, but it didn't show you it's working. So going back to when we used to do math by pen and paper, we were able to show it working, but the calculator didn't show us it working. And just like the calculator, AI doesn't really show us working either. So when you ask us, sometimes we heard about hallucinations today, so we could also get wrong information. And when you tell AI it's wrong, it says you're absolutely right. It's fixed. So it doesn't really instill much confidence in the model of business. So here's what you must do. Just hear that. You've got to check. You've got to check and you've got to double check. Don't rely on the first output that you get, copying and pasting it to your report and send it off. You must check it. Check its modeling. If you're doing a voice map, if you're creating any sort of model, check the edges. And when I say edges, the areas of the outputs that are guessing, essentially. For noise maps, contour edges are the most heavily modeled regions that give the most errors, so be careful about that. When the relative risk is low, when values are low, let's just say, for example, 60 and 70 decibels in the workplace. There's not much risk involved, there's not much to lose. But when the values are approaching 85 decibels, that's the exposure limit in New Zealand. In a lot of countries, I don't know if it is the case in Singapore. But you need to take a closer look at that, because the decisions that you make are quite important, because it could be the difference between a worker getting noise-induced hearing loss over time. So there are real lives and health outcomes at stake here. Alright. If you don't use it, you lose it. It can be tempting to let AI take over all of your mundane tasks, to free you up for higher value work. But the gains in efficiency comes at a cost to professional skills and cognitive abilities. Take, for example, the study by Budzin last year and colleagues. They looked at endoscopy centers in Poland that introduced AI in their quality detection tools. So what they did was they got their clinicians, assigned them to AI and non-AI pictures to assess. So at first, they were using non-AI, and then they used AI, and then afterwards they assessed it again. And so what did they find? What did they find? They found that the detection rate for adenomas fell from 28.4% to 22.4%. And so in absolute terms, this is sound like a 6% reduction, but in terms of a relative reduction, that's 20 to 21% drop. So what this shows us is that these experienced clinicians performed worse at detecting anomalies after using the AI tools. So the data shown here is an example of perhaps real-world harm on patients, because if you get complacent and rely on AI to do your work for you, what happens if you remove AI and you try to do the work again? Your brain starts to get lazy, start to take shortcuts, you might miss things. And so in this example, I'm not saying this actually happened, but the potential outcome here is that potential patients with these polyps, with these adenomas, they could have gone undetected and turned cancerous. All right, so remember when I talked about, I was going to highlight 3 different principles from the IO code of ethics. I'm going to start with principle 4, responsibility towards employers' clients. Essentially what it boils down to is, can you explain this? So I'm just going to quote here from the IO code of ethics. You must report, occupational hygienists must report their results and make their recommendations in a true and honest manner. You must ensure professional judgment is applied only within the sphere of competence and expertise, and provide a high standard of sound and reliable reporting, which records and explains the results obtained and the conclusions drawn from them. So this principle is saying that not only must the reports be accurate and correct, but that you have to be able to explain the results and conclusions. You have to be able to interpret the data output accurately. So if the author of an AI-generated report cannot explain its output, then you haven't abided by this principle, regardless if your conclusions happen to be right. So, can you explain it? Can you explain it to your client? Can you explain it to the worker? Can you explain it to a regulator? Can you explain it to a court if you was ever a case where it leads to prosecution? You know, can you explain it as a health and safety professional, the output of your work, to a lawyer while you're under cross-examination? The reputational and legal exposure sits entirely with the author of the report, right? So AI itself cannot be a defendant in a health and safety prosecution, but you might be. So the remedy here is, of course, explain it. You can explain it, get a peer to review the work, get somebody to check the work, so check, and double check. You might even want to put a limitations statement in the report that you produce. And you might want to highlight where you use AI, just to give you a bit of cover. All right, cool. Principle 2, responsibility for themselves and others. This is talking about can you defend your work. So hygienists must maintain a high degree of integrity and competence, use scientific methods and interpret the results with good faith in a neutral manner, and critically, only deal with subjects within the own sphere of competence. So imagine you're an occupational hygienist and you're a consultant and you win some work to do some exposure monitoring or airborne exposure monitoring. This isn't really advanced, that's what you're trained to do. But someone from an inspector from the Ministry of Manpower, they might come in and additionally request the business to also assess the effectiveness of the ventilation, the LEP, local resource ventilation. And so, in this example, the occupational hygienist is really good at the methods, the standards, the equipment for measuring airborne substances, but they might have not had training to do a local resource ventilation system assessment. So what do? Well, they use AI. They use AI to tell them what to do, to generate an LEP assessment report, and then they look at it and go, that looks great. I'm going to copy paste it into my report and hand it to the clients. Now, what's the problem here? Well, previously, an occupational hygienist, before AI, hopefully still to this day, if they did not have any local, they simply could not produce a credible looking report at all. They will probably refuse to do the work, or they would say, I know an expert who can do LED assessment for you and subcontract that out, or even refer the business onto that expert. However, AI has now removed that barrier. The hygienist can attempt to do the work and the output now looks competent to a client, but they cannot tell the difference. In my day job as a regulator in New Zealand, I see these reports all the time, and you can see the giveaway signs that it has been produced by AI. And so once you recognize that, you start doubting the accuracy of the report. Because in New Zealand, it's a really small country, and you know pretty much all the practitioners in the field. Like, I don't know to have this particular skill in this area before. Why am I doing this? So it's quite scary, because the illusion of adequate work is invisible to the client, it's invisible to the regulator sometimes, and often it's invisible to the occupational hygienist himself, the user of the AI. Because they get reliant on it, they get this euphoria that, oh, this is such a great tool, and it becomes part and parcel of their normal routine, their normal workflow. So they can become blind to the inaccuracies, the biases that's involved in just relying on AI for the work output. So, what's the remedy here? Know your limits. Work within your sphere of professional competence. Disclose it as well. If you don't know how to do that work, just say it. Or if you are going to attempt to do that work that you're not so skilled at, and you're going to use AI, disclose it. Be transparent. I'd rather you not, but disclose it. Refer the work to somebody who's actually competent in this area, or upskill yourselves. Do further training in the field. There's universities with occupational hygiene programs. There's the Occupational Hygiene Training Association, or OHTA, which offer a variety of different occupational hygiene topics so you can upskill yourself. So not only is this good business advice, it's not just ethics, because once again, the liability sits with the author of the report. So can you explain it, and can you defend the work that you've just done, or the work that AI has just done? Right. And on to professional one, professional responsibility. So occupational hygienists are responsible for practicing in an honest and competent manner in accordance with the recognised principles of occupational hygiene, which acknowledge that the life, health, and well-being of individuals depend on their professional judgments. It requires them to avoid circumstances which might compromise professional judgment. So that's very important. That's what I'm saying here is that the output of the work can have a material health effect on the health of the workers. It could be a matter of them being exposed, therefore increasing their risk for lung cancer, silicosis, asbestosis, central nervous system effects, autoimmune disease. This principle is talking about accountability. Can you own up to the work? Can you own it? So, an example here with AI is, I'm just going to focus in on the words quoted there. Avoid circumstances which might compromise professional judgment. So, if we habitually rely on AI for conclusions, you no longer form you no longer form your own opinion. You just rely on AI. So, in line with the findings from the Buzzer 2025 study, the example of clinicians detecting polyps and colonoscopies. The risk is not that AI gives you a wrong answer once, It is that over time you lose the capacity to notice that it has. You just get used to it, you get blind. It's like you're a frog slowly boiling in a pot. You don't realize that you've lost your cognitive ability, or you're sliding to practice that may not abide by the IO code of ethics or your own respective professional bodies code of ethics. So, what's the remedy here? Use AI responsibly. Use it as an assistant. Don't let it make the final decisions. You drive it, you direct it. Document, if you're going to use anything from AI, document the rationale for it. Right? Give the reader the why you did this. You may even want to include this output, this rationale in a relevant section of the report. Because you want to be able to document that. Alright, so some evidence-based solutions. What can we do? I mean, there's very little detailed guidance out there, especially in the health and safety field, and even fewer so in occupational hygiene. So how do we manage the risks in doing what we do? So that's why at the International Occupational Hygiene Association, IOHA, I'm going to be involved in doing some work on developing our own AI policy and some sort of guidance to help our member organisations and members, individual members themselves navigate this exciting but turbulent time. So while that work is going on in the background, here are 4 potential solutions to consider. 1, adopt an AI use policy. I'm seeing more of these more common these days, so it's really good. So whoever you work for, your organisation, if you're a consultant as well, even better, you can develop this yourself. Your organisation defines what the AI may or may not do. And you will also disclose this in the reports. We looked at the US Department of Labor. They produced some principles in 2024 for AI developers and employers, including the words establishing AI governance and human oversight, which is talking about being more transparent in AI use. In Europe, the EU AI Act also places duties on deployers, not only developers. I hazard a guess that all of us here in this room who use AI for our work, we would be considered deployers. So if this was Europe, you have a duty as well under this act. So you have to take responsibility and be accountable as well for the output of your work. So consider this factor in AI use policy in your organisation. If you haven't done so yet, it's a good idea to start because it can help future-proof any legislation in your respective countries about AI use in the field. Number 2, peer review. Just like I said before, check, double check. And if you're not an expert in the field, get somebody else who is. Rush in 2023 published a paper and they found that automation bias degraded radiologist performance at every performance level, including the most experienced. So there is evidence that checking your own work is insufficient, and that a second person may be required. Number 3, check the maths. Modeled data does not mean it's as accurate as it is measured data. So scrutinize the outputs the hardest near action levels. So I talked about 85 decibels if they are approaching levels where it could harm workers, or you need to actually put more focus into that. Start double checking those figures. So Cambridge in 1983 stated that skills decay without use and active practice is the remedy. So if you don't use it, you lose it. And verification, double checking your work is one way of countering that and keeping the skills sharp. Number 4, keep humans accountable. In a commentary by Howard and Schultz, they mention an ethical AI principle of ensuring there are clear lines of responsibility for undesirable consequences, even when the AI system's mathematical complex decision-making process may not be easily interpreted. So think about what you're going to do when AI is wrong. Can you go back to first principles? The human must approve decisions, output, and outputs that the AI produces. So there should be a human somewhere in the flow to make those decisions. All right, some key takeaways. I said it before, can you explain it, can you defend it, can you own it? And that are all linked to these principles here that are selected from I know how to do this. Can you explain it? Do you understand how the output was produced? Can you defend it? Could you justify it to a client, a regulator, or a court? And 3, can you own it? You can delegate the task, but you cannot delegate the accountability. Just going to finish with this slide here. So in 1979, IBM widely circulated a slide from an internal training booklet. And it said, a computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. Everything in this presentation has been talking mostly about capability, explaining and completing our work. However, if we sign off the work, we own it. That accountability cannot be delegated to an AI system that cannot be sanctioned, that cannot be sued, that cannot be fired or called as a witness. Whatever AI does, a professional obligation stays with the human whose name is on the report. Google deleted its motto, don't be people, and we shouldn't forget ours. So use AI responsibility with the I know how to go things. Thank you very much.
Look at our presentation.
Alright, please 1, 2. Okay, hold on. One, two. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Terry. Going on to the next session, we have a speaker coming from NUS. He is an adjunct assistant professor from NUS. And the topic that he is going to be talking about is the changing face of workplace exposure, occupational hygiene, and era of emerging risk. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Albert.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, IH, for inviting me to speak today. So, I wanted to share more about, today I'm speaking in the capacity as an academic, but professionally, I work as in the Ministry of Manpower. So, I started off as an industrial hygienist 9 years ago, but currently I'm looking into something different. And outside of my regular work, I actually teach in university and courses which they fundamentals in industrial hygiene. So when Zatan actually invited me to speak at this seminar today, so this actually came from one of the NUS alumni lectures which I gave on industrial hygiene 4.0. So I was thinking hard about how best to actually make this topic more interesting. So I actually decided to evolve it to talk about the changing phase of workplace exposure rather than focusing on hazard itself, but more on workplace exposure. Because what I wanted to emphasize is not only what we measure, but who we have to become to keep measuring anything that matters. So earlier on, Kevin spoke about use of AI, which is something which is close to many of our hearts. So I want to focus more on how, the professional identity as an industrial identity should evolve as we talk about different kinds of exposure and emerging methods. Yeah. So before I begin, I also want to thank Mr. Pacheco for helping me review the presentation. He's one of the pioneers in industrial hygiene in Singapore and one of the, my first supervisor when I first joined the civil service many years ago. And I think I also did a survey to find out what are some of the ground sentiments and insights on industrial hygiene competencies. And I think some have actually responded and have actually reflected the responses for me here. So I want to thank you for participating in the survey. So the focus of my presentation, is on the changing world and how the needs actually change, and why does industrial hygiene need to change, and then I will also leave you with one question: are we actually ready? So most presentations on emerging risks, I actually ask a reasonable question: what new hazards should we actually prepare for? And you probably heard from the speakers yesterday. So the question I wanted to ask here is that not what hazards are actually coming, but actually how ready are we in terms of preparing for this new wave. So for the next 30 minutes or so, I want to focus on both the combination of our hazards and on how our professional identity should actually evolve. So let us start with a worldview on the changing world of work and how it has actually evolved over the years. So here I actually identified 7 forces: AI, decarbonization, the circular economy, which affects the type of capital we use, remote and hybrid work, climate adaptation, which affects outdoor work as well as aging workforce. So any one of these, right, will typically take a generation shift. But now we're seeing that they are actually all happening at once, and every one of them changes where work happens. So the obvious question is that if work is changing this profoundly, how can exposure actually stand still? So if you look at this slide, this profession has always evolved. You can see that in the 1900s it was about gas, solvents. Then in the 1980s, the focus was on asbestos, about how asbestos was present in roof sheets and in lightings. Then when the year 2000 came, there was talk about how nanomaterials can actually affect. And now in the 2020s, psychosocial risk actually has moved from the margin to the center. So we are worried about how our employees actually face things like challenges in terms of workload and time commuting. But so look at the last column, 2025 is the unknown. So it's good to ask ourselves actually whether we actually face this many changes simultaneously in the past. So I wanted to assure of you that we are actually not starting from zero, and we are actually not starting from somewhere else. Because internationally, the machinery is already well built. You can see in different parts of the world, like EU Ocean, there's actually a European Police Observatory. And the UK Health and Safety Executive also has a foresight center to actually look at emerging risks. And the International Labour Organization also does very timely research in terms of emerging risks and new patterns of prevention. And in Singapore, with MOM, the Research Council has also done quite a bit in terms of coming out with adverse weather guidelines and how we actually review our risk assessments, which is the cornerstone of our regulatory framework. So to sum it up, the mandate actually exists, but we simply have to use it. So here I wanted to shift gears a bit to talk about the trends. Because most of us actually report, as an industrial hygiene professional, we report to management, and to the management and to the bosses. Most of the time, what matters to them is actually the dollars and cents. Because I put new people into the team from time to time, and one of the common response which they give in terms of the challenge they face is how to convince their bosses that certain measures they put in place is actually worth the money. So if you think in terms of mega trends, right? Here I actually identified climate transition, energy transition, the use of clean energy, as well as AI and automation, and how the population in many parts of the world, including Singapore and Asia, will actually age over time. And also digitalization and the use of sensors and data in every workplace. So I actually frame the challenges in terms of trends because in the management meeting, I suppose, instead of just saying, hey boss, we have a heat stress problem, I think it's useful to reframe it to say that, oh, the heat stress is actually increasing. And this is what actually means to your business over the next 10 years. So as industrial hygienists, we are very familiar in terms of the types of hazards. So in terms of the needs range, I actually organized it into 5 themes. So for the physical part, we have heat stress, things like haze, which we are probably experiencing now. And there's also extreme rainfall and lightning. For chemical, there's things like use of hydrogen and ammonia, nanomaterials, and engineered stone silica. So there's also biological hazards. And the last 2 columns is probably something new. Things like the human interface, AI human interaction, as well as the use of digital tools. So in the last column, what is of interest or what is new is probably this algorithmic management. So for those of you who are not familiar, our algorithmic management is actually the use of software to actually decide things like how fast you work, how closely you are watched. So, some of us are actually very used to wearing watches to track our steps, but not everyone is actually used to it. And this itself is actually an occupational health exposure. So, having the experience of both in the public sector as well as in academia actually exposes me to issues at both ends of the spectrum. So, what keeps me awake at night is probably not the fact that the risks are actually increasing. So, honestly, if you take a step back, it's not the risk that's actually increasing, but because the risk has always been there. But what is more important is that the risk is actually changing character. And what I want to say is that it's actually becoming invisible because you cannot see things like mental particle, you cannot see psychological workload. And a worker or student may actually appear very well at work, but he or she may actually feel emotionally challenged. And it's quite hard to identify. And the challenge as a regulator sometimes is probably identifying whether this issue is actually attributed to work. And it's also uncertain because unlike chemical exposure, the ACI or whatever, we have very well-defined toxicology standards like chemical exposure standards. And it's also interconnected because one exposure triggers other issues. And it's also faster than regulation because the law usually arrives after the harm. So the hazards that should actually worry us is actually not those that are on our monitoring list or the general provision regulations. Because they are not the ones, they are actually the ones that actually should worry us should be the ones that we cannot see, cannot name, and nobody is actually accountable for. So the event of this talk is to put it simply here. Yesterday's industrial hygienists can actually manage most of these low hazards really well. But in time to come, tomorrow's industrial hygienists must be able to actually detect hazards which we have not recognized. And this actually demands very good judgment. So let's take a look at this test case which I thought is that I would actually use to illustrate my point further. So here in Singapore, we have this 2030 plan in terms of clean energy and all that. So we have things like hydrogen, wind power plants, and ammonia bunker loop. So, I mean, as industrial hygienists, you probably know the hazards of hydrogen and ammonia very well. But then, if you were to scale this up, there are actually quite a lot of issues that we might not have actually thought of. So if you look at the bottom row, there's this unknown of, because there's actually no storage and processed goods which we do not fully understand. And some of these pipelines, the used in the chemical plants, might not actually accommodate to hydrogen because it's much a smaller molecule compared to the usual hydrocarbon that we use. So there's also this issue of upscaling and degradation where we do not have enough data to look at material fatigue. So where the uncertainty lies is actually the uncertainty is greatest. I think the control is the precaution, so not the exposure limits. So this is similar to our approach for carcinogens if some of you are familiar with, because we should actually keep the exposure as low as possible in circumstances where exposure limits are not well defined. So my last sentence, where the uncertainty is greatest, the control is actually precaution and not reliance on exposure limits. So this slide actually illustrates exposure can actually no longer be viewed in isolation. Because if you look at things like the climate change, for example, it actually drives what we're actually experiencing today. It's like heat stress. And heat stress, as some researchers have actually proven point, it actually drives productivity loss. And thermal strain actually drives fatigue. And fatigue contributes to human error. And human error, I mean, on the wrong day, in the wrong plant, will drive a major accident. And a major accident will lead to things like business disruption. So what I wanted to illustrate here is that what began as a heat exposure problem, which is an IH problem, became a safety problem. And then it leads to a business continuity problem, which is to say a management problem. So here therein actually lies an opportunity for the industrial hygienists to actually think in terms of the language of the business. And instead of just focusing on reading, like a web doc reading in a plant, the person that actually earns a seat at the table during the management meeting is something which we should actually involve too. So in terms of competencies, right? What has to change about us involved in IH? So on the left-hand side, we talk about things like compliance, monitoring, report, as well as doing the different various work that IH will do on a day-to-day basis. But on the right, it is more about the mindset that we require in the future. Things like predict, design, prevent, and influence. So the point that I wanted to drive here is that the hygienist stops becoming an auditor of the present and focus on more strategic advisor on the future. So earlier on, you can hear about presentation about AI, on how you might not be, you're not trained in local exhaust ventilation, but you can actually come up with a beautiful report. Yeah, so this is something that we should actually work for us to think further. So if you actually remember one slide today, this would be that I will tell you this is the one slide that we should all think about in terms of what is the future mindset that we can inculcate. So now we actually wonder how does this actually relate to the occupational hygiene principles that we are all familiar with. So if you look at what the International Occupational Hygiene Association describes, it's actually a discipline of anticipating, recognizing, evaluating, and controlling health hazards. But you see, honestly, right, where our training hours, our budget, and our certification, the weight that we play so far is actually overwhelmingly on evaluate and control. But we're probably not putting enough effort in terms of the anticipation part. And anticipation itself is actually not a new idea. It's probably the word that we actually stop practicing. So you might actually now wonder, how do we actually become more anticipatory? So here what I've actually thought of is probably three paradigm shifts that I could actually use to illustrate in terms of anticipating new hazards. So in terms of new paradigm we should actually build, right? It's actually the transition from working from 9 to 5 to actually looking at how workers should actually work safely and healthily across the whole working life. And it's also about how do we actually promote and protect workers' health, safety, and well-being together. And in terms of risk management, I mean, we have been very focused in terms of the process and environment. But increasingly, we should also look at how the individual workers' health impact us. So the last one here is actually a very significant move because it means that the susceptibility of the person is now part of the risk assessment and not an inconvenience to it. And so in our current tight labor market conditions as well as aging workforce, I mean the question is that how long a worker can actually stay capable is not only a health question and it becomes an economic one. So let me now shift gears to talk a bit about AI, which is the theme of this year's conference. If you look at AI, what AI has already done, things like exposure monitoring, predictive analytics, automated reporting, and all that. But so what I wanted to raise here is probably an uncomfortable question. If an AI actually produces a computer exposure assessment in seconds, what is the industrial use value? So, I mean, outside of work, I also use AI. So I actually tried to predict, what's the topic for the PSLE oral exam this year? So it's probably the AI that I didn't train hard enough, but it didn't really work. Yeah, so it probably didn't, either I didn't train hard enough or I was just using the free version. So, but in school, I teach students, there are students who can't really present well, but the report is flawless. So this is something which, I thought we should also think about whether we value, good reports or illustrations that can actually put across points that can convince the top management and convince workers that their health is well protected at the workplace. So here, in terms of industrial risk value, I arrived at four aspects. One is judgment. So knowing where the model is wrong and having the standing to actually say so. And in terms of ethics, what the previous speaker spoke about is actually deciding what should be done and not really what can be. And it's also communication because the industrial really should actually be able to convince the decision makers. And in terms of decision making, it's about decision making under uncertainty, and which is exactly where the machine is actually weakest and we are strongest. So the bottom line is that AI actually supplies the answer, but the professional actually decides what to do about it. So these are some of the points which previous speaker has actually spoke about. Okay. So the key thing is that we cannot actually outsource the ethics because in IH context, there are several situations of concern, like continuous monitoring, continuous surveillance, and also things that we could actually be quite sensitive about, which is the safeguarding of health and biometric data. So the key takeaway on this slide is that technology is a tool and not a solution, and smart systems will still need smart professionals who is willing to ask who this is actually really serving. So, for most industrial engineers, the bread and butter is actually doing exposure monitoring, even though some companies will outsource the exposure monitoring to different consultants. But look at this progression that I've actually set out in this slide. So first we have periodic sampling, which could be a snapshot a handful of days a year. Then there's actually continuous sensing. And then we can actually progress to predictive exposure management, which is something which will be helpful for us in terms of simulating the plant conditions and forecasting what kind of exposure we should be concerned about. And it's also digital twinning and also risk forecasting. So what this means is that the sampling theory and exposure principles that that industrial units are trained on is actually, it didn't really change because we still need our fundamentals in terms of exposure strategy and assessment strategy. So what is important to recognize is that a badly designed sensing strategy just produces bad data faster. And our fundamentals do not change. Okay, next I wanted to be clear that much of these things like variables and using tech solutions is already available across Singapore. And I believe in different parts of Asia, we also have started to use specific robotics and variable sensing in different workplaces. So which brings me to the line I will ask you to go on to. So the technology is actually not the hard part, but deciding what to do with what it tells us is. So we have 5 questions here, which I can answer alone, but it's useful to think about. One is whether we are actually training hygienists for this industry. And 2 is, can we actually assess hazards from technologies that do not yet exist? And 3 is, do we actually spend too much effort measuring exposure instead of preventing it? And 4 is about who will actually interpret this AI-generated exposure data? Because there's an issue of accountability on who is actually accountable and when it is actually wrong. So do you blame the machine or the computer person who is supposed to take charge of this process? And if AI replaces routine monitoring, then we should actually think about what is actually there that is actually uniquely human. So this actually progresses into the next part that I want to talk about, which is the competency part. So here I actually listed down 5 different domains. One is the technical part, things like toxicology, ventilation, sampling strategy. There's also this part which is increasingly important, like the use of data to support our work. Then there's also the business part, which is about communication, influencing, as well as economics. So this is, the business part is probably the part where we should actually build a business case and think in terms of the language of the decision maker. There's also the system part, where we talk about sustainability, climate, and resilience. And the leadership part, things about strategic thinking, uncertainty, and the use of ethics. So, what I wanted to illustrate here is that, this 5 domains, technical depth is still very important. And what has changed is that technical depth alone is actually no longer sufficient. So here's the gap as the 5 transitions take place. So the strength of many industrial hygienists today is conducting sampling analysis very well. So the requirement tomorrow is, instead of just focusing on the sampling and analysis, we should actually work on sensor and data literacy. And things like regulatory compliance is more about anticipation and good foresight. And technical reporting is about how we actually influence and persuade our management. And there's also things like deciding under uncertainty, which is the point that I brought up earlier about what happens when there's actually no exposure limits. So this is probably the professional maturity we should actually work towards to in time to come, and there's actually almost no structured way of teaching it. So back to those things that I've said, and to put some sense of reality. So what I did was to actually run a survey to actually find out what are some of the issues or what are some of the views in terms of the industrial hygiene competencies. But the survey is by no means complete, but it did provide me with some insights. So what surprised me is that the gap which most people reflected is actually on fundamentals. So seniority and academic qualification aside, there were only like one or two in the pool that which sampled that actually holds CIH or equivalent certification. So this might be something which you want to look at in terms of how do we increase the pool of CIH or even RH in Singapore. And the second is that in terms of the gaps, right? The gaps that they listed are actually more related to fundamentals like heat, ergonomics, ventilation, noise, and toxicology. And about half of them actually stated that local training and certification pathways are actually inadequate. And they also cited the limited access to formal training, and there's no structured mentoring. So these are perhaps good data points, right, for us to think about when we talk about the role of professional societies later in the day. So when I think a bit further, what the most cited answer in terms of what single change we would like to see is actually greater management commitment, as well as updated regulatory guidance and standards. And some also ask for structured competency development pathways, and also better monitoring technology. So in the age of AI, right, I would actually expect, when the respondents make their preference, right, things like sensors and technology to come first. But unfortunately, the bread and butter issues are the ones that were the top us. So, what other insights that I actually drew from the survey? So, if you think of occupational hygiene in the center, there are also other domains we should actually build over time. Things like looking at data, communication skills, leadership, systems thinking, as well as engineering. But I think let us be realistic, because nobody would even master all six. But what is important is to actually build the confidence to actually influence where it matters. So let me take you forward to 2035. So suppose an industrial hygienist walks into the plant, there's actually no pump, no filter, no lab report. And instead, what we have is actually a live exposure dashboard. And there's also wearable alerts on the workforce. And let's say by the time we have AI predictions or digital twin of the process running alongside the real one. So the question in the year 2035 is not whether we can actually measure, because that will probably be solved. But the question is what the professional in the room decides to do with it. So things like, back to my earlier point about judgment is not what to escalate, what to challenge, what to refuse, and what to design out entirely. So, which is why I put it this way, technology can actually give us information. But ultimately, it's the professionals themselves that actually create wisdom. So, most of the time we are afraid of us losing jobs to AI and that, but I guess in time to come, there's still the need for professionals to provide this value add in terms of wisdom and insights to these different reports. So occupational hygiene, right, has actually never been more relevant because the exposures are more complex, of course becomes more vulnerable and all that. But relevance is not guaranteed because plenty of professionals have been highly relevant right up until somebody else took over the work. So the question now is that whether our profession must actually evolve. Because I think we've actually settled that. So the question is who does the evolving and will we shape the future of this profession? Or let it be shaped for us, by technology vendors, by regulators, or by whoever happens to be in the room when they are not. So I will leave, all of you with a question. Are we actually ready? Because as J.F. Kennedy puts it, the time to repair the room is when the sun is shining on this profession. So my key takeaway here is that let us not wait for the storm to start the work. So it's good to think ahead and do anticipate. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Over here, 1, 2. Okay, one more. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, thank you much.
Right. Thank you, everyone, once again. Right. Time right now is 10:20. We'll take a 20-minute break. Let's come back to this conference room at 10:40. We'll see you back then. Enjoy the break.
Em chỉ cười lại đấy thôi.
Right. Thank you for those who came back to the conference room. For those who are still lingering around at station 4, can I invite everyone to come back to the conference room right now. We'll start and kick off the second half of the morning session in a couple of minutes. And I request for all delegates to come back to the conference room right now. Full empty right now. So please proceed back to the conference room and we'll kick off the second half of the morning session. Right, seems like we're still missing some people that are still lingering outside, so I guess I'll give you a stage to kind of waste a bit of time. Right, a little bit of housekeeping right now. I've mentioned this yesterday. Reference to the app that's been created for the conference. The slides from all the speakers are being uploaded. You can download from the app. Some of it are sanitized versions of it, so you can download a full version of it. If there's any request or anything more specific, do feel free to write in to the organizers and see what they can do and request from the speakers. Secondly, for those who missed this announcement yesterday, in the app itself, there's also a chat function where you can post questions for the speakers. Yesterday, we didn't really have much of a chance to ask the speakers directly, but today, there's a chance for you to actually post a question in person Thursday. And on the morning session, we're going to have a panel discussions where the speakers are going to be on stage. You could actually ask the speakers directly. If you're feeling a bit too shy of that, again, you can actually post questions in the app and we'll have to answer that as much as possible. The announcement is that the hymns are still available. There's a lot of it that's still back on the room. Please feel free to go and like your hymns. Okay, that's the end of the administrative announcements. Thank you for coming back. I hope that everybody had a good breakfast and a coffee. I know that the next thing that we look forward to is the next speaker or is it lunch? Right. I also know that there are some of us over here that are requesting that we try to move this conference, rotate a bit. We have been doing it in the west of Singapore for the past few years, right? Why don't we go to the east? Anybody want us to go to the east? Yes. No. So, east side is the best side, is it? Yes. West side is the lucky better side. Why? Because I used to stay in the west. I used to be a Chatuka kid. When Chatuka was still Chatuka. Sorry? Hopeful. So now you want to go to the north. Hey, organizer, a bit of problem here right now. I tell you what, next year we organize 3 conferences. One east, one west, and one north. Okay, truth to be told is that we have explored options in all over Singapore. Right. The first and foremost thing is that we can go anywhere that we want actually. But the secondary consideration is that we want to keep the cost manageable. So the truth of it is that we are always looking for best cost value options. So which often means that we unfortunately cannot give you 5-star hotel. But those who want the very first one, we went for 5-star hotel. So that was one and only time, but we visit to that more. Okay, so we will continue to endeavor to look for alternatives, whether it's in the west, the north, the south, or even the house. We will look for that. But the fundamental thing is that we want to keep it at an affordable rate that is available for most of all participants. Okay, so bear with us if venue, food, the MC is not up to standard because that's the budget that they have. So think you a bit So you wonder why yours truly here is up here on stage every year. You also understand why. Now, I think I've wasted enough time already. We have a majority of us back here. Let's get into the second half of the morning session proper. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce the president of the Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association, AIHA. The topic that she is going to be speaking on is human-centric occupational health, leveraging AI for better outcomes. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Mutia.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you for doing lots of this about our presentation, and I'm here to representing from Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association. We are the Indonesian association that is managing the vision of managing occupational health and industrial hygiene for our profession in Indonesia. We actually, this year, we're going to have our 11th conference. I'm going to present about that later on in my presentation. And the topic that I'm bringing today is about the human-centric occupational health management, how to harness AI for better outcomes. And this case study or the reference that I'm using is basically applied in my workplace, because I'm also working in one of the energy, specifically the coal mining industry in Indonesia. The biggest in southern hemisphere in Indonesia, thermal coal, and then the references that I'm using in my presentation is solely based on the International Council on Mining and Minerals relating to how managing industrial hygiene, specifically in occupational health context, and how AI can give a benefit for us, industrial hygienists in this industry, because in mines itself, you can understand that the conventional hazards are still around. We still get the exposure from the coal dust itself, and also the potential from the silica, and then also the potential from the noise itself from the machinery, the aspect from the mobile equipment, and use additions about the psychosocial hazard, because we're having remote sites throughout Indonesia. There's so many Indonesia is covered lots of island, not just in Java, but also in Kalimantan, Borneo Island, and also Sumatra. We also know there's mining sites in Papua, and throughout all those demographic parts of Indonesia, we still also rely on coal as part of our transition into renewable energy, and also we also rely on mining and metals. So therefore, the references that I'm bringing today is, I can say that it's relevant for all of you to have a bit of overview how we're managing industrial hygiene in mines and metals. Right, a little bit background about myself. To run today's discussion, my insight comes from over 80 years of navigating complex operational realities of large-scale mining and energy sectors. In my own onshore resources, producing Isidero Energy Indonesia, my focus is in translating corporate safety policies into more practical approach in how we manage occupational health and industrial hygiene. And this hands-on experience really informs my roles also as the elected president of Indonesian Industrial Hygiene. This is the second year of my appointment as the president of INHA. And at INHA, our core mission is to elevate professional industrial hygiene, the standards across the country. And we also try to serve as the bridge between international best practices and real world on-the-ground operational execution. From my presentation today, over the next few minutes, I'll be about 25 minutes, we will look at this transformation through a structured roadmap. First, I will explain about how we design why a human-centered focus is mandatory and identify where traditional mining occupational health programs fall short. And then we will explore exactly how AI can unify our separated data systems to improve the safety outcomes itself and also the occupation. And finally, we will look at the practical guardrails that corporate leaders must establish to build lasting workforce trust by deploying this technology. Because from this 2 days presentation, I believe that all of you already heard so many exposure or presentation or explanation about what's the benefit of AI, which I'm sure there's a lot of benefits of AI in our industry. Challenges is in mining industries itself, we have so many workers. We have over 23,000 of operators in one affiliations of our mine sites, and it's not yet combined with other populations of our workers from pit to port. And also when we are conducting the shipments of the mines itself, in Indonesia's island, there are so many workers also employed in those areas. So you can estimate that in one company itself, the magnitude of mine industries itself, we can cover like over 30,000 people. And we're still relying on human. That's why my presentation says that we have to be able to focus on human first and how we can elevate their capacity and their capabilities in terms terms of ensuring the workplace safety and health by using AI to support them. At some point, we cannot replace that, but at some point, we can replace the process. For example, I need to explain about the how we can prepare the occupational health risk assessment process, and then furthermore, we still need to rely on the competencies of our people and also their knowledge and their skills and their experience, specifically for industrial hygienists, to take that decisions and how to manage the occupational health and safety. Okay, this presentation will cover basically about these 4 topics. Why human-centered health matter. If I'm speaking about occupational health, this also covers about industrial hygiene itself. Some people say industrial hygiene or occupational health or IH or age. Most familiar, I believe, with global study of occupational hygiene. But in Indonesia, we use the terms of occupational health, so industrial hygiene is one of them too. And in the grand scale, IH or age is part of the occupational health and safety. So usually we can use it like a OSH term or we use an HSE terms or in the functions in our employer. They probably use like the HSE approach. But in this presentation, I'm specifically going to talk about the occupational health itself and also align with the industrial hygiene approach. And the second one is what is the challenges today? We face this in the mining industry, again, mining and minerals. And again, we're still a human-centric industry. We cannot replace some of our workers with the virtual AI or digitalization. Although nowadays, in my employer, we are transitioning into robotic approach. For example, in the maintenance process, we're approaching with the robotic mechanic that will replace or do the well-being system or do the maintenance, preventive and predictive maintenance system. And furthermore, some of minings in global aspect like China, in Indonesia, changes into like the driverless truck, driverless full truck. They're operating like double trailer, mostly in the Kalimantan. They use a double trailer for picking up the coal from the pit and so to the crushing plant and to the shipping yard. So they use a double trailer. Imagine when you are operating 8 kilometers of highway road carrying coal with a double trailer, estimated like 6 ton capacity without operator or drivers. It's a very high risk industry. It's a very high risk process too, which I'm sure some of you are already facing into your industry. So we have to see that what is the case or what is the challenges that we are facing today in the mining and minerals industry, which I still believe that it's relevant in the global scale because we are, I don't know, exporting like EV batteries, we are using, I talk a lot with the taxi drivers to in Singapore. They're talking about also the challenges they're having like EV vehicles or kind of like a driverless taxi driver or you have a vehicles, so there's challenges with it. And the third one is how AI can improve the outcomes. It's very fascinating and very interesting to see all of the presentations from all of the speakers of these 2 days, because basically we agree that AI helps us. We can have that same underlying values, but which part of our job, or which part of our work, what are the roles that can be fulfilled with AI? Not replacing us as one who's the competent person to take that decision, but we can use AI to help us to take that decision, to get a better understanding what is the risk, what we are going to do, and what is the mitigation action plan that we're taking. And the last, I still believe that leader, we all here as a leader, we're not just a manager, we're not just a supervisor or the technician or engineers here. We all have our profession in industrial hygiene, occupational health, occupational safety, or even different professions. But I still believe that we here as a leader, so we still have a decision to take, and then we still have to have these guardrails that I would like to say, that to ensure that this AI being implemented in our industry is in the safe and is more in the efficient approach, and its main objective is to protect our workers. Okay. Right. As you can see here, hopefully you can see it, there are pictures over there. Again, AI helps me to create this image, so thanks to AI. Because previously this kind of like a board presentation, you know, when I explain it, what happened in mining, you know, from pit to port and the how it was that I mentioned to you before. So in the life cycle itself, from mining point of view, we have two approaches. There are mining, as in Indonesia, we call it like coal mining. The regulator set up in two different categories: coal mining and also mineral mining. So there are two sets of regulators that are in place to those types of industry. In my employer, we have this open pit mining, probably familiar with mines itself, like in southern areas in global aspect in Australia, they have open mine. They also have the underground mines in America, in Brazil, in Indonesia, also does have open pit mining. And some of you probably familiar with the underground mining, the one in Freeport in Papua. We have another one in Southern America or in China. They have a lot of underground mining. They have an underground mining too, and also they have an open pit mining. So as you can see here, the major of occupational health risk within this industry still lies or still put us into the risk of exposure from coal dust. It depends on the coal, what kind of coal you are producing. Is it a coking coal or a thermal coal? It's based on the types of the coals itself. Is it a bituminous or is it superbituminous? And so it will depends on the particular layers and the size of that coal. So if it be exposed to the air, then we're going to have an exposure from coal dust itself. Specifically because this is an open pit mine, so we still have those risks in our operation. The second one is heat. Can you imagine Indonesia, specifically on mine sites, it plays in the equatorial line, in the central of Kalimantan, something in Sumatra too. So if you are working in those areas, you can imagine that sometimes you're going to have like high humidity. Indonesia itself is like a high humidity country, or you can have like a very high temperature, like probably to 37 or 38, and with a high humidity, and also with the typical of the rainforest surrounding our mine sites, and there's over like 23,000 people operating in the coal truck. So you can imagine the temperatures will rise up, and then you can understand also there's an exposure of heat, specifically from the open pit area, and we also have supervisors they go to spend in the fuel point area inside the pit. They want to monitor visually and traditionally without AI back then. So we have to see all the hemisphere of the mine sites by themselves. And one pit, you can imagine there are over like 100 or 150 coal trucks moving back and forth from the pit up until the port. So with that in mind, we can understand that they are the heat itself, the heat exposure is one of the things. Noise, again, from the mobile equipment and also from the facilities that we place in the maintenance facilities, and also from the plant facilities, we're going to have exposure noise itself, and from the generator, and also vibration from the mobile equipment itself, it will produce some vibration and will expose workers. Stress. This is a rising issues for our workers because they are placed in the remote area, in a secluded area, you say that, in the middle of the jungle, you can say that, so because the mine in one of the central Kalimantan area, it plays in a remote area, you can access those areas using like using three modes of transportation. First, you're going to use the airplane, flies over like 2 hours from Jakarta to Kampung City, and then you're going to take another speedboat for over like 2 to 3 hours, and then in the middle of the jungle, in the middle of the forest, and then you're going to take another trip with a car, and like the high altitude mine site for over like 6 hours. So all of those trips can cause you stress for itself. Nevertheless, you're going to have to work on the next day. So once you arrive, you're going to get a rest. I personally visited one of those sites for like 2 or 3 times, and I was kind of like, okay, that's no more. I'm not going to visit that site anymore. But I have to, because it's my job, it's my responsibility to do that, and AI cannot replace me to do that, because I have responsibility to ensure that the system is being implemented. So just figure this out. I just have an imagination about this. We wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, because the traffic in Jakarta is quite busy at 8 too. So you wake up at 4 a.m., you travel to the airport, your flight starts at 6 a.m. in the morning, then you took a flight, and then you arrived at the central place at 8 a.m. in the morning, and then you took the speedboat again around 2 or 3 hours, so you arrived at midday. And then you travel to the site for like over 6 hours. At the end of the day, you're going to arrive at around 7 or 8 local time. And then you probably go to rest a bit, have your dinner, then you rest. And the next morning, you have to wake up at 5 p.m. And those are the cycles that our operators are facing every single day with the different rosters of shifts. Some of them are staying like 6 weeks inside, outside, 8 weeks inside, and they have 2 weeks for day off. And the travels itself is pretty stressful enough for them. Yeah. Okay. So this is the mining specific challenges. I think that this exposure is still cumulative because we still have dust, gases, and heavy metals being exposed to our workers. And then the fatigue is systematic too, because the mining itself, the operational activities is from 6 to 6, or 7 to 7, or 7 to 5, it depends on which operational areas you are working on. So the fatigue itself is right now the biggest challenge in our industry or in our mining. Mental health is easy to overlook. Isolation, production pressure, work family strain, and remote site living create anxiety, burnout. There's a lot of burnout. We have a lot of reports for burnout too, and the sleep problem. Because when they are staying on site, they will have roommates. So they're staying like in a dormitory. One room is for 2 people, and they have a bunk bed, not putting into a separate bed in the hotel. So it's a bit of a problem. So whenever someone is moving on the top of the bunk bed, it's creating noise, creating sound, creating sound, and sometimes it can give an effect to the person sleeping on the lower bunk bed. And that also might seem insignificant. Probably some people say, Julie, if you're tired, just go to sleep and then just go to the top. But it's not. So it turns out we have a survey conducted internally in our company. It really gives an effect to the quality of the sleeps of our workers. Some of them say that whenever their roommates are moving, so that was shaking, so it provided to their tools and then they wake up. And they have to wake again at 4 a.m. in the morning. So they have rest time problems starting at either 9 p.m. To do the same routines. And data is still fragmented. This is also one of the challenges. Health checks, environmental sensor, training records, and shift schedule is often sit separate. It's often sit in a separate system. Like some operational process have their own systems, safety have their own system, hygiene have their own system, and maintenance guys have their own system. So in overall, the corporate functions, so you have to ensure that okay. If you have your own system, that's fine. So that's ensure your work as the business run well. But we have to integrate, and that's where AI really helpful for us. Okay. Related to my topic of presentation, why human-centric occupation? What is the human-centric occupation of humans? I always have to say person first. I took part with this conference last year. And we already talked about AI last year. I took the approach from the conference from ILO and also combined with the WHO approach on how to manage occupational health and the frameworks of how to transition into AI. I always say that person first. Last year we had like this kind of discussion to also raise a fund. And then every question asked that, are you sure? Are you confident that AI will change your workers? Are you confident that they will be replaced? I always say that nowadays, for some of the work, yes, but I still believe that we still need our workers, we still need our people, specifically like in Asia. We have one of the most populated countries in the world. There's still a lot of job vacancies, there's still work is being done by our workers and our people, and the competencies needs to be escalated to fulfill those requirements. So I always say person first. We have to design around the workers' physical and emotional orientation. I added the emotional over there, and the stressing factors itself, and the psychosocial aspect itself is rising right now, the mining and housing industry, and not rely on expecting people to absorb the system flaws, but we have to change or we have to adapt the system. So when the system fails, or when the system is not being able to adapt to our workers' need, then we fix the system, and AI can have a very significant role. And the second part is about the continuous inside. We use the relative signals from environment, equipment, and workers to detect exposure before risk occurs. These specifically in mining industry apply on the safety aspect. We have so many technologies right now being implemented inside the cold charts itself inside the LED, the lighting icons surrounding the plants. So we have like in-car camera, the ICC, we have the alarm system that works to vary the like a noisy sound when you are showing the symptoms of fatigue inside your cabin operator. Because again, you can imagine driving for over 80 kilometers in a straight line, carrying a double trailer of coal, and your maximum speed is like 60 kilometers per hour. It's boring, right? Yeah, it's monotone. And you can use your phone. You can just check out our social media, which is nowadays generation. Yeah, and population demographics of our operators are some of them are Gen Z. So you can imagine the nagging you are facing. You can see your phone, you can listen to the favorite music or something like that. So yeah, we are using the ICC cam. There's also like the fatigue system that we monitor every place to ensure that our workers are in safe modes of operation. So those real-time signals can help us to ensure that we are managing it right, and to ensure that they are in the safe mode, they are in the safe operation, that they are not reaching out any kind of or violating out any kind of standards or regulation that we use. And the third one is trust by design. Workers understand what is being monitored. They have to understand what is being monitored. Not just put the data really monitoring tools or the digitalization tools in place, and then not having them participate in what is the use of that technology, what is the use of that equipment being placed into their working environment, inside their cabin operator, inside the workshop. And for example, if we are doing the cold desk monitoring assessment annually for our workers, what is the use of this charcoal? What is the use of this elevated wearable device that we are using for our sleep? Because some of them thinking that it's a burden. Because we place like a monitoring watch, like a smartwatch, 24 hours for like 6 months. Can you imagine? If they don't know what's the use of this, sometimes they want to take it off, and you can say, no, you cannot take it off because the sensor will turn off, and then we cannot record it in our database. So they keep asking, so what is it used for me? Is it just nice for me to have it? You know, what is the impact for me if I use this smartwatch? But the impact itself is for us to monitor the sleeping pattern, so we can understand that what time is their quality of, what is their quality of sleep, and what time is their start to sleep, and then what is the numbers of their sleeping hours, and then also what time is their deciding to get up and preparing to work. So we can manage the shift works over there to ensure that and then prevention oriented. For some cases, we try to approach, make it like curable approach. If something happened, we become reactive. And we treat this and this and this and that. I think that's a conventional approach in occupational health and safety. I'm not sure whether it's like 20 or 30 years ago, but right now the approach is better to the prevention aspect. And AI can give us that preventive approach. And in fact, it can give us information early on, and then it can give us a signal that if something is going to happen, or if our workers is doing something unsafe or something unhealthy during their work time. So that's the benefit of the AI. And then we can continue with the surveillance. You cannot just place it, put it on our workers, and then help them to understand, and the AI will generate the data, assessing or give us the numbers, whether this is high risk, medium risk, or low risk. We still have to have an expert or someone who's understanding what needs to be done, or what action should we do or should we take to ensure that the data that's being provided for AI is being taken care of properly and it's effectively to our workers. Right. I'll give you an example from the predictive risk scoring. This is from my reference from ICMM, again from International Council on Mining and Metals. I can give you the link later on the presentation and you can download it. There's a lot of references over there that you can use. And I think it's also can be applied to some of the regulations that we issues here. This whole process is showing us the single person of how to conduct the occupational health risk assessment, or HRA. The health risk assessment is like mandatory for us in industrial hygiene, so professional hygiene. It's like the basis of our approach. It's like the basis of our critical approach to our workers. They probably won't listen if I just mention to them, sir, you have to use this, you have to use wear your mask, with the respirators, you have to use this PPE and so on, because you have an exposure of a cold dust, like a respirable dust, which is 0.5 milligrams, to your ravioli and so on and so on. Probably they just kind of like, all right, cool, yeah, understand, and they just carry on with it. You know? Sometimes they don't even use the mask properly, they just sometimes put it in their pocket, sometimes put it in their chin, not in their nose. So that's the challenge. To make it easier for them, we contact with this adoption from the NCN reference or guidelines to make it more practicable for our technicians also on site and also for us as a professional. From the left side, you can see that it's identification or the identification for all of those five occupational health hazards, right? Understand it, the physical, the chemicals, the biological, the ergonomic aspect, we're talking in ergonomic thinking right now, and then psychosocial aspect itself. And then from all of these 13 steps, which one of those steps that you think that AI can be functional or can be applied properly? Are you ready? You can say that we can use AI to all of those steps, to all of those 13 steps. Okay, which is correct. Yeah, we can use AI to conduct a predictive risk scoring. Yesterday, I saw one of the presenters explain how to have this qualitative risk assessment with the tools specifically for developing risk. I think that's also can apply to other risks, but we have to ensure that this is an example of the one that I put in the boxes. Those are the examples of where AI can be beneficial for us as a professional identities. First of all, when you are using the identification process from those files of categories of hazard, occupational health hazard, you can use it. You can put it in your data, you can put it in your previous report, you can evaluate this or the previous measurement, and then you can put it into the system. And then also you can see that for the step number one, for the identify the health hazard and their resource and their sources, you can also use AI. You can use any kind of approach based on AI. You can even use the ChatGPT or Perplexity, or you can Google it. It's very easy for you to know what is the source of the hazard, specifically in authentic mind. But then the second step, when you see the identify potentially exposed people, those are the big difference. You can use AI, yes. You can see who's going to get exposed from these folders, from this ergonomy aspect from the vehicle, who's going to get stress from this commuting and then also the long shift hours, like working or driving for 80 kilometers, driving with a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour. You can identify that. But each size and each person are different. So what exposed to them can result in a different risk. So sometimes AI can help us for that, but if you have that mindset of what I'm working for, coverage from Kalimantan, Sumatra, and Java, sometimes we have to see directly the point of view of us as an occupational hygienist, not just rely on the AI. The third one, and the third process, I think we can use AI for that because we can identify the process. And open bidding activities is quite general, and then we can identify the activities from that using AI. And then for step 4 and 5, for the assessing or measuring the exposure and the health risk. This is again a very human-centric. So you have to check the health surveillance data already from your employer, so from your employee, their previous medical reports, their previous health risk assessment data. You can use AI to make a trend or to make a statistics of the exposure in our legal workers. But again, if they are heavy, if they are changing their habit, if they are changing their workspace, if they are changing the working environment. So it's very human-centric and it's going to affect their level of exposure in terms of having combination. And again, you can see it again from the rule number 6, we can rate and prioritize risk. This is again can be benefited from AI. They can give us an approach that we're using this kind of like algorithm that can produce the risk metrics and risk assessment based on the level of exposure from our job sites. We have the main job sites right now with over 23,000 people there. We took the samples from each process and activities from those XCG or similar exposure. Then we can put a model in there. And the number 7 activities that you can identify existing control. This is AI can be beneficial in here, but again, it's very human-centric in terms of who's doing what, and the supervisor understands what's the implemented controls over there, so we still rely on them. We should rely on their judgment. That's the key point I think that we have to show too. We should rely on their judgment to take a decision or to take a call that whether this implemented control are effective enough or we still need to do something more. And then the 8th steps about the established risk and control register. This is also can be provided from the recorded or previous data that we can set up the algorithm to help us. And then if you are accepting the risk, this is again still need a professional or management judgment or personal approach. Because when you are saying that if you accepted the risk, it's based on the risk appetite. Risk appetite is very driven by the management decision. The management can change. Your company can move, or it's shutting down, or they're having a spin-off, like what I'm working for, they're having a spin-off in 2023. The priorities can change, the values can change, and the vision and the mission and the objectives of the company can change. So the risk appetite, specifically here on the occupational capacity, can change. So if you're just relying on AI or with some tools or assessment that's being conducted with a certain algorithm, it can help you, yes, but it's not the solely information that you would use to take that decision, to take that judgment. So let's people to understand that, yes, this is benefit for us, for our workers, to 23,000 people, so over like 30,000 people throughout our operational activities. So the risk appetite really needs to rely on the human side aspect and the leadership. And you can see in the right side of the process, there are 4 red boxes. That approach is called the critical control management. The CCM, in my methods, I guess it's quite familiar, quite popular right now, because you're probably familiar with the terms of a bow-tie risk assessment. It's bow-tie risk assessment is basically like, you can imagine a bow-tie, right? Like general something. So you have the bow tie, and then you can see that on the left side of the bow tie is the preventative action that you have to or you can do to prevent event. The event is the center of the bow tie. Whether it's accident, incident, near misses, losses, occupational diseases, occupational illness, illness fatality. There's a lot of illness fatality also in mining and metals. But we cannot ensure that everything is being managed by CCM. So we have to pick one or choose which one is critical for us. In both it's called the material unwanted event, the MVP. So the center of the tie is called MVP. So you have to choose what is the critical risk, the material unwanted events that you want to prevent. And then you have to set up the preventative action on the left side of the bow tie. On the right side of the bow tie is the mitigation plan, or the corrective action plans to ensure that this MUEs is not happening. For example, if you are using MUEs from the 4 risks that I've already mentioned early on, from cold dust exposure, from heat stress itself, already in our mine and also from psychosocial, for example, stress within your community, and also you're living in a remote area, in the middle of the jungle or the woods, and having the same routine activities for over like 8 weeks, every single day. You only get like between those 8 weeks, you get a day, 1 day off in between like 40 days. So it's a very high risk situation, and also it's a very draining situation for them to work with those kind of situations. So with bow-tie approach, this is actually a new approach that is being implemented in ICFM and throughout the consortium organization in those organizations, in ICFM organizations itself. So we try to make it clear that what is the high risk of our operational activities in mining and metals, and then we put it in both services as an approach, and therefore we can provide or give the timely control that's going to be implemented in the shortest time period or in the long-term period to ensure that our workers are still working in a safe and healthy situation. Okay, I put notes in the box on the right side. Caution should be exercised when applying AI, as certain steps require expert in that approach. Or direct measurement cannot be reliably assessed by AI tools, such as SEG identification. Gas in the exposure group is required for any returns as an occupational hygiene or industrial hygienist. We will measure people or groups of workers in the similar exposure, the group of workers that get exposed by the similar hazard, whether it's chemical, physical, biological, or psychosocial. And then also about the direct quantitative measurements, this will rely on the judgment and also based on the analysis of the occupational hygienist or from the digital hygienist. And the last one is about the critical control management process related to risk appetite determination. Again, this is very driven by the business operations, very driven by the scale of the organization, driven by the magnitude impact of the risk that is being exposed to our users. Right. This is a survey that we are conducting based on the internal surveys in one of the mining contractors. Again, for those 23,000 or 30,000 people, most of them are the mining contractors, because they're the one that is working on the mine site, doing the job, and provide their services and also provide their services to the mining owners. And mining employer, we are combining for all of those types of industry. We have the mining owners, we have the mining contractors, the logistical system, and also we have the supporting facilities in the companies itself. So fatigue and shift risk management, this is provide us with the highest value. What's mean by the highest value? This is the qualitative survey. Workers believes that we have to do something about fatigue and shift risk management. Because in Indonesia, the government has the numbers for, we have to do these numbers of shift for miners and metals industry. This depends on the mining owners. So we, as an employer, have that justification, have that authority to take decisions whether we are going to put our workers working for 8 weeks continuously, 1 day off on between 7 days of working or 14 days of working, or we want to change it. If you want to make a change, probably like oil and gas industry, they have like 2 weeks on site, 2 weeks days, 2 weeks off, or we can just make them sell into those areas of mines operation. They can have their families over there, they can provide their living quarters over there, probably much better time management for them to do the community work side of the mine side, and then as a decision is based on the employer. So therefore, our workers think that fatigue and shift risk management is the highest value for AI can give us support or AI has assessment that can provide us a management to take the decision. Second one is about the dust, heat, and gas exposure alerts. This is a very high too. High in need of value. What is AI bringing the value to our operational activities? Because we have, again, still using the coal as the sources of our operation, and we still export it to another country, and the demand is still there. So we're still exporting with dust, specifically coal dust. And heat stress because it's an open pit mining activity, so there's also exposure from the business. Computer vision for asset condition is already being implemented at point of use of safety, occupational safety, using the ICC in-car camera or using the kind of alarm system for fatigue management or drowsiness while you're driving for over the 80 kilometers in maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour. And next one is mental health and burnout early warning. Okay. You can imagine that if you're working in the central Kalimantan or in Sumatra, again, in the remote area, with sometimes limited phone reservation, because one of the reasons the management also stopped or turned off the services provider in one of those areas because of the workers or the younger employer actually stay on their phone while they're supposed to be resting, right? So they're working from 7 to 7 or 7 to 6, they go back to their dormitory or to their daily quarter, to their dinner, sunrise, and then starting at 9 p.m., they will start to see their social media, they're chatting with their friends, their spouses, and so on. And that's lasting up until sometimes around 2 a.m. in the morning. It's like a compensation for them because they cannot use their phone, they cannot see their phone, they cannot check anything happens in the world other than their work from 7 to 6 or 7 to 7. So during those times, they're starting to see their phone from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. You can imagine that they were still on, they can just look at it and everything, you can understand that it's going to get more fatigue. And then they will start sleeping around 2:30, and then at 4 a.m. or 4:30 a.m. they have to wake up. So for those periods of period, they only get like, 2.5, 3 hours sleep. You can imagine the fatigue effect from that situation, yeah? So with mental health and burnout early warning, it can help us with the, AI can help us to identify because they will be learning. And then personalized training and redeployment, I think this is also can be a benefit for us from AI. We can see that what is the specific training that we have to do or to conduct our workers or to the competency who's going to take the decision, whether to be a digital hygienist, a professional hygienist, or a safety person. But this is the operating model the implementation roadmap. Again, for the image is created by AI itself, so it's really helpful. But the narrative is we combine it from different references and also the one that we're doing in mind here. First of all, we have to have this instrument. Okay? The instrument that is part of the data collection. For example, we can use it to deploy with wearable trackers, autonomous telemetry, and automated environment grid sensor across the big fields, not just in big, but also in the housing road transportation, and also up until the cold pressure facilities and also the shipping facilities. Integrate. Again, I mentioned before, we have so many systems right now in mining, operational system, plant system or maintenance system, safety system, HR system, and we have to unify the platform or integrate the platform because it can create a single view across staff, operation, maintenance, and also training. Again, I think this is quite significant because this is unified and then it's breaking apart into silos by merging, scheduling, logging, information, and full exposure. And the third roadmap is to interpret, use explainable models and clear thresholds supervisors and groups can act on. Again, like I mentioned before, if you are an occupational hygienist or digital hygienist, it is good that you can share or socialize or give proper training to your workers, like your operators, your mechanics, or someone else working on site or in pit mine. What is the specific occupational health hazard that they expose to them or with their workers? But some of them are just, okay, so, I get exposed like all this, and then what's going to happen to me? And then some of them, we have a mechanic engineer that's asked us, okay, I've worked with this all my life, and I'm competent for this, I'm qualified to do this job. So, I mean, you can say that, what is the worst going to happen to me? So, to make it simple, we have to interpret it to them. Make them understand this is your concern, this is the exposure that's going to back to you, and this is the risk, and this is what you have to do, and this is what you have to do. Make it more simple for them, and then we can provide a model analysis for them, and then to make the supervisor also to have a immediate response that we can act on. Intervene. Again, we're familiar with this type of PDCA, right? Plan, do, cancel again. Okay? Some people like to make a joke of that in Indonesia. You have to implement the PDCA. It's based on the version of the ISO 45,000 and so on and so on. But the jokes are not our frontliners, so just like, okay, plan, do, cancel again. So the cycle is never closed, so you just have to ensure that you have to take the action. You have to plan, do it, and then you take action for that, you make the corrective for the prevent infection, and then you continue the system. Right. This is the guardrails that I mentioned early on. What leaders must get it right. Again, I believe that all of us here are leaders. Some of us probably being accountable for taking the decision in our work, in our organization. Privacy and consent. Clarity what data is collected. You have to ensure what data is being collected. If there's any consent, specifically on professional health approach, you're measuring your workers, you take them, you see and you analyze their medical reports data. If there are any kind of potential occupational illnesses that are going to happen, there's some future of years. So they have to know what data is being presented or being analyzed, and it's basically based on their exposure. And second is about the workers' participation. The co-design pilot with operators, the IHOH team, and union, because we also have a strong union, the workers' union, the workers' union, and our work sites, and representing our workers. So they also need to understand what is being done. And bias and false alarms, for example, like low light camera and low and complete data can be stored as well. So models is testing in real mine condition. So right now there's a terms in mining industry called as a digital mining or a digital twin mining. So you have like similar mine sites operation activities that you can put AI on that, and then you can do the risk assessment and do the approach of what is the exposures in there, what is the potential of operational safety and health risk. Action response. And the learner has no values and must decide and respond an action plan to mitigate risk and prevent this action. Right, this is the guideline that I'm using for, and also this is that we are adopting to be implemented in our system, managing industrial hygiene application. Again, you can download it on icfm.org. It's a consensus of International Council on Mining and Metals. There's big names in mining and metals over there. You can Google it yourself or check AI over there. And then these three guidelines is been really helpful for us. It's also accommodate the practicability of how to manage occupational health and industrial hygiene in mining and metals. Not just based on the regulations itself in Indonesia, but also the regulation managing this subject. But with this guidelines, I think it really helps us to know that the best practice or the applicability in the mining industry. A little bit information. I asked Stefan about this. I asked for his permission to share about this. That we're having our conference in IHA, Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association. We're having our conference on October, from 12 to 15 of October in Yogyakarta, Central Region of Yogyakarta in Indonesia. If you want to participate, we're really looking forward to have you there. This is our 11th conference now, with the theme of shaping the future of work, advancing HSE and industrial hygiene risk management. So the conference will be held in Marriott Hotel in Yogyakarta. If you want to join and participate in the conference, it will be on 14th and 15th of October. Okay, again, AI helping creating this beautiful image. This is the representative of Yogyakarta. You're probably familiar with the Prambanan Temple, with Borobudur Temple, the biggest Hindu and Buddhist temple, one of the biggest in the world, I believe. And then also, well, we're not going to have our event over there. Just make a disclosure, probably you're expecting, oh, okay, we'll have an event in the temple, that's awesome, for the cultural aspects itself. But again, with AI, this is something as to make it more appealing, more interesting for the public to take part in our conferences. So feel free, take your time to scan the barcode for the registration and further information, or you can check out the website and also email to our secretary. So thank you so much everybody for your attention, and I'll be focusing in the webinar. Thank you.
Okay, so this one, two. Hold on. One. One, two. Okay. Thank you. Right.
Right. Moving on, our next speaker comes from Malaysia. He is the honoris treasurer for the Malaysian Industrial Hygiene Association. And let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Alif Firdaus Manjusur.
Thank you, MC. Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to the participants of the conference. First off, I'd like to thank the organizing committee of Ergonomics Hygiene 2026 for the opportunity for me sharing my thoughts and insights with respect to AI and human-centered design. So I think I hope I don't let you guys down with the AI generated portrait earlier on. So this is me, the real me. So not much different, I hope. So today my presentation is on designing tools that work, effective and sustainable implementation of AI and human-centered design towards safer and healthier workforce. And I believe since yesterday we hear a lot of sharings and insights from academicians, authorities, solution providers with respect on the promise and potential of AI in addressing the workplace safety and health issues, which is I learned a lot, and I think it takes time for me to digest and hear how each one of us, depending on the cap that we are wearing, either from the enforcement, from the practitioners, experience in using AI in your day-to-day job, including the activation, how to train. And then yesterday, towards the end of the day, we hear on the use case. I think it's a good use case shared from the management perspective, coaching and facilitation, collaboration. So I hear a lot. Maybe it's just me. It's just me. It's quite overwhelming learning about AI application today and the potential and promise. And of course, we hear a lot yesterday about the concern that is by using AI in our judgment, in our decision making, and how we integrate AI in our day-to-day life. So I'm here today is offering another perspective that I hope will bridge some of the idea and perhaps serve some of the purpose depending on the mandate that you come in for today's conference, either to learn about AI, to learn about human-centered design, or just for the sake of CPD. I hope I bring something for you to take home. Right. Next slide. We have. Alright, so let me start with the key takeaways. By end of this, my session at least, this is the three key takeaways that you can take home. First, I'm going to discuss and share about the perspective of the business or the leaders in making decision in the realm of AI. So the fact that is leaders invest in controls and not the technology. And as AI and human-centered designing, we as a practitioner or professional, we should evaluate objectively, not just for the sake of the newness or the hype of the technology. And secondly, with respect to AI, I think some of the slide presentation we discussed, I think Mutia shared earlier on about the wearables, right? The challenge on asking the workers to keep on wearing the wearables, right? So this is where AI is integrated with the human-centered design. So we need to understand and couple these two in our solutions, right? See where is the potential, where AI enhance the capability in terms of information, in terms of insight, in terms of analysis and recommendation. But for the solution, we must also consider that how the piece of solution interact in their work. Or as a human, I think a lot yesterday shared about how you forgot about the charging of your spectacles and your rings to monitor your blood level. So I believe that is part of human-centered design. And for the solution to work, we must consider this properly. And so now, in the end, what is our role as your subject matter expert? Some of us is professional economists, HSC expert, industrial hygienist, safety and health professionals. So, what is our role when it comes to promoting, advocating use of AI in addressing the solution workplace issues, workplace safety and health issues? All right. Okay, so I believe some of you guys already had this kind of conversation. Okay, what would be my next car next? What would be my next car purchase? So, is it like an EV car or hybrid, or we are still stick to ICE, traditional solutions? Anyone have this conversation before with your spouse, with your friend, with your colleague? Yes? Can I see a raise of hand? Who have this conversation or at least monologue inside of your mind? Have you decided which one is the best option for you next? Yeah? No choice. Yeah, okay, expensive now. The petrol is expensive now, right? Okay, that is your decision. Anyone else yang still stick to ICE, traditional one? Because of what? Performance, experience.
Difficult to find EV charger in Malaysia.
Okay, difficulty to find EV charger in Malaysia. Anyone else that still choose EV over other options or still of PHEV? Anyone? Can I hear? I see why, sir. Why you choose a computer?
Convenience.
Convenience. All right, good. I hear you. Anyone else that would like to promote PHEV here? Why you go in the middle? No? Half here, half there? All right. But my point is basically we have these conversations sometimes and we have our decision criteria because of performance, because of opinion, or even because of the price. And similar conversations actually happen at the management level. All right? At the management level when deciding whether should we invest in AI or not. Right? Whether should we invest in AI or not in moving forward in addressing our health and safety issues. So these are the same conversations whereby the leaders typically don't fancy the technology. Yes, they see the potential. Yes, they see the promise, but the real conversation or the real question is different. I think early on this morning, Mr. Alvin shared about how do we frame this problem, these issues, and the solution for the management to make decision. So it's really important. So this is what I'm going to discuss and talk about today mostly. And typically, well, at the board level or at management level, this is quite a frequent conversation I had from the top down with the proposal. Can we use AI? Can we use a smart device to monitor? Can we have dashboard here and there? And at management level, when we bring up this solution or suggestion, the idea is it's not just how much. We hardly stop with how much. That's the last thing typically they ask. How much is the solution will cost us? But the questioning is different. All right. Of course, in terms of million cost, in terms of risk. So, what kind of risk are we addressing here? This is the typical question. We need the solution. What's wrong with the existing solution? What is not enough? How much actually we can enhance the productivity? Because we always say AI enhance productivity, but the challenge now is actually how do we quantify that? Right? This is still missing. We don't have. Maybe yesterday we learned about what is the right metric to use for to measure success. Things that we measure, whether we measure correctly or not. And whether the insight that we draw from the analysis, whether it is correct or not, correct insight or not. So these are the things that we typically, or I had the conversation with management, and then the integration. Because in large corporation typically, they expect the whatever new solution introduced will be seamlessly integrated with the existing one, or else it will be truncated. Like you mentioned earlier, right? Each discipline have a different system, and within one discipline, perhaps ada several systems. PTW system is one thing. Safety certificate management is one thing. Capability and competency is another thing. Personal health report is another thing. So these things are truncated at this point of time, and then now we are introducing another solution. So this is what they concern now. How do we integrate all these systems? Right? Or else they will see costs, administrative costs. They will see problem. They will see bureaucracy instead of promise and potential. Okay. All right. Hence, so the conversation typically at management level or at board is about the objective. I think yesterday we discussed where do we start asking about how much that cost, or if you have certain amount of money, which option or solution will you prioritize. So in the end, I think someone responded, actually it depends on your objective. So it's really important for us before we start with AI and PCB is to really understand the objective. Objective here I'm talking about is a business objective, the biz objective. All right. For example, here is like healthy workforce. Fine, healthy is big, but of course we as a subject matter expert must be able to communicate specifically what are the objectives. And then the management point is basically, so what are the risks we are talking here? Right? Exposure to noise, exposure to dust code, and then fatigue. So what are the risks? So what? The so what part. before we come to the solution. Alright, what could disrupt? Kan, hazard, exposure, human limitation, we're talking about human-centered design. Nowadays, with social media, how basically we have a policy, we have the system, we have the enforcement, but the behavior itself, right? You go back, yes, the work stop, they work at a specified time. They observe the fatigue or management system. They don't exceed the overtime, but things they do at home somehow affect them. We need to understand this ecosystem properly before we come up with the solution. And this brings us to the control. And here is where we typically discuss or include AI as part of the solution. AI and human-centered design. Alright? And for management, for example, we promise something when we propose the solution. So it goes back to how do you provide assurance that this control works better than the existing one, or else what's the point of investing? So we as experts, we must be able to propose the right metrics to measure. I think, again, sorry, I made a lot of reference to your presentation. Basically, technology enhance, right, human capability, right, or human-centered design. This is complementary to human-centered practice. But in my argument here is basically they work together, where AI enhance the capability, but human-centered design influence the adoptions of the solutions. That's why they need to work together. Alright, and then once we provide assurance, and of course we will measure what against our earlier objective is the outcome. Better, of course, as for management, we expect a better outcomes, which is reduced waste, reduction in illness or injuries, improved performance, and of course compliance, right? As compliance is access to the business. Alright, so again, AI we together with human-centered design provide a potential to strengthen the control effectiveness, we improve the in terms of risk control, and this where we create the business value. Alright, again, I need to emphasize, when we as a HSC professional or expert try to propose any solution, we should always start with the objective. What is the pain point we try to address? Especially when we frame the problem to the management. They need to see the problem first. They must believe there is a problem, and they agree with the problem statement that you presented to them before we throw in the solutions. So this is what we learned. Rather than we sell the solution, all the promises, all the potential, all the great things, and because the management always need to know that they agree with your problem, things that you experience, workers experience on site, on field, that compromise their objective, which is safety, productivity, and quality, and then they're interested in listening to your solution. Right. This is some of the example in terms of what is the point. Heat illness is one of the heat illness is one of the areas that we are focusing on. I think in Singapore, you guys invest a lot juga in addressing climate change, in stress, and then musculoskeletal. As some of the countries moving towards from industrialization to service-based. So there's a lot of musculoskeletal, and then cognitive overload. Now with AI is another challenge I think we all experience. Alright, as we generate our content, as we generate our presentation, so now we are spoiled for choice. Which one, which version, which prompt to use. So that's the cognitive overload. Even for management also. I think some of you guys already experienced where when you presenting some idea, when you presenting some facts, some issues or international findings, there will be a person or management on the other side that based on AI, I've checked with AI. So you need to handle this kind of a new advisory or unsolicited the advisors to the management. So they are using the same tool. So it's really important for us as leaders today learn how to navigate this. Okay. All right. I like the presentation this morning from Mr. Alvin is for industrial hygiene. You suggest that for future industrial hygiene to start with system thinking, where we don't see an issues, health problem, or finding gaps like shared yesterday is just one issue, isolated cases. Basically, we should understand what system fails or what controls break that lead to the symptoms that we see on site. Right? We have to start that kind of thinking and let AI or HCD let AI to support or supplement our critical thinking. Right? Yeah. Okay, these are some proposed screening criteria. Typically, that this is based on my conversation with the management on how to sell AI as a solution, all right, for HCD and to complement the existing one. Because nowadays, I think with all the state of hormones challenges, uncertainties in terms of business, so they are quite critical in the new solutions, and whereby you propose a solution to something that we have no problem to. Right? So you spend for nothing. We have no problem. Our SC control is working. So why are we discussing about this? Right. So it's really important for us to be able to communicate the strategic relevance. Right? And then what is the impact? Especially when it comes to my human capital, right? In terms of safety and health, now their productivities, and then for Gen Z, of course, their comfort working in the organization, and how much it will reduce the risk that potentially compromise the business objective. In terms of compliance, of course, will we be able to demonstrate compliance, defensibility of the recommendation or the system or framework that we are going to have to replace, to govern our AI? For example, I believe there's a lot of AI-based solutions, especially from ergonomics. Yesterday we hear one, but there's a lot more that whereby from the data that we feed in, from the historical data, they somewhat project the likelihood of accident and injuries, and the critical thing is where they recommend controls, right, or PDE. So this actually there is a potential of liability exposure to the business. Who take the accountability of the recognition from AI or chatbot? Nowadays there's a lot of like chatbot project where you can use this chatbot to generate controls for your activities. Of course, based on certain reference, so workers at any level can interact with the chatbot for recommendation. So this is still not governed very well and potentially expose the workers and expose the organization to unnecessary liability. So we need to be careful in this. Alright? And then the rest is more or less the same. It's all about addressing the issues that we've been discussing since yesterday. How much you can trust the recommendation in terms of the decision or judgment made by AI, who provide assurance, who can be held accountable. So it's really important for us to have some sort of governance to them, because we don't have any such standards of occupational health, occupational hygiene. You get speakers of industrial hygiene inside the occupational medicine specialists to speak, to explain some of these contexts, some of these terms, and how does the law changes, regulation changes itself affecting the workplace itself. That is still applicable, but it's, I would say that
the context will be lesser, but instead it will be going towards a more competency providers itself, competency certifier itself. So like for instance, in the OEHS itself, I believe in the MIHA and the IIHA itself, we are going towards competency certifiers in terms of registering industrial hygienists in our own countries itself, so that we know that the right person with the right skill sets can practice and apply, and the society that they will believe in the skills and the outputs are credible for the knowledge that we provided itself. So I think these are the two big things itself in terms of competency certifier itself and knowledge validator itself. Thank
you. Yeah, I might be biased, but I think occupational hygienists will be one of the conventional roles that will remain indispensable over the next 10 years. Yeah, thank you.
That's because the definition of occupational hygiene includes the anticipation, evaluation, control, information, and so forth. That's the key part, anticipation. So it's inherent in our discipline that we anticipate the changes in AI that's going to affect our industry as well. We are also interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary experts in our field. Toxicology, epidemiology, mathematics, and so trying to evaluate and interpret risk in the workplace. So I think especially experts or senior occupational hygienists who have accumulated enough experience, they can use AI power to enhance their work. The roles that I think are at most risk are anyone who is new to a particular industry, a profession, or a sector, that they haven't built up enough of that experience yet, that rely on AI a lot, so they would be building up their skills as much or as readily as their predecessors as once done.
So for me, right, I thought as AI becomes more prevalent, it is important to accept good judgment on what is right and what is wrong. I think the role of professional societies can actually play a part in terms of what I said earlier, in terms of certified professionals. Because currently, in Singapore, we have a lot of workplace safety officers or professionals out there. But I think the pool of certified industrial hygienists or registered industrial hygienists is quite small. So I think there's a role for organizations or other societies to take this pool so that they can be the go-to person in terms of if you're getting industrial hygiene issues. And I think like what Kerry mentioned earlier about anticipation, I think whether it's the OEHS or other ASEAN industrial hygiene associations, we can actually help members or professionals think ahead in terms of, the things that know what are some of the hazards that they take and how they can go about it. And I think because in some countries, the societies could be very small, right? So I think it's where economies of scale is an important part, where instead of just the societies of the different countries can collaborate together to come up with some certain document or certain guidance for the industry. Because unlike the USA, the AIJ and all that, they have very wide membership base, but maybe the ASEAN ones, can aggregate and consolidate resources to provide some guidance. That would be interesting.
Check. Okay. Just adds on what Carrie's already answered. I think the
Professionals just check. 1, 2, 3. Can you ever mention? Yeah. So just oh, that's okay. That's next.
check. Okay. Professional societies should define their values proposition in the areas of AI. I think as like the one that we're having in the Indonesian Industrial Hygiene Association, we have over 350 members right now. So it consists of the students member, competence member, and also professional, and also the region of the universities to become our stakeholders and ensuring the implementation of industrial hygiene in Indonesia. And in Indonesia, the rise of industrial hygiene and occupational health is still increasing. There's a lot of universities nowadays opening their specific major for industrial hygiene and occupational health as part of the Bachelor of Occupational Health and Safety under the Faculty of Public Health. So I think the needs for society like INHA is to become a platform for those students bridging out their needs to ensure that they get the proper exposure on how to manage the industrial hygiene and occupational health in the workplace. Because let's face it, in Indonesia, after they graduate, they're going to have to enter the workforce, right? So they need to understand what is the challenges in their real world, what are the competencies that are going to be needed for them to have, and IHA and or any kind of professional societies or organization can be that platform to ensure that they can ensure they have the proper minimum competencies. And again, it's driven by regulation. So I think that the first question I can answer that or provide feedback is if you're still driven by the regulation in your country or based on your industry, like the one that I'm looking for in Indonesia, specifically saying that the minimum competencies of industrial hygiene is this and this and this, the basic level, the intermediate level, and the advanced level. And right now, it's not regulated yet that you can use the to ensure that you get that competency. So anybody can do everything, but the quality control system needs to be there. And through the society, like INHA or IOHA or the Ergonomics Hygiene Society or a kind of professional health safety society, I think that can help the bridging or the platform that can help the members or the student or society to understand that this is regulated by this country, this is regulated by our government, so what should we do? And then society or the organization platform can help them to achieve that. But again, we have to see that in the context of, is AI going to help them achieve that competency? Yes, but it's not as the main source or it's not as a decision tools to say that you are competent, you are good to go, you are certified industrial hygienist. You still get the quality control and the quality assurance from someone that had that experience. You are seeing lots of here this thing here right now, so you still need that assurance from the point of view of the experienced person. That's it.
Right, I think this is important for me to share. It's very interesting question, and I want to share my thoughts with respect to this matter. So the question is basically which conventional rules that will remain indispensable over the next 10, 20 years is basically we as human. So that is the first one, right? And how we translate the value of AI and humanize it, and our empathy, our understanding of the human nature, that is remain indispensable. And when it comes to the tools that most at least becoming obsolete, I think with automation and AI, I think I see it more like they remove the administrative roles, so that we can focus more on things that matter. I always see as a complementary rather than threat to my role as industrial hygiene for professionals. So in that regards, we as a society, we have a goal that to promote and advocate this as a solution and address this so that people have more trust of this technology. Right, again, yesterday Mr. Amir Ali mentioned about safety begins with trust. So society nowadays, the role is to create some sort of like, how do we trust the AI? Educate them. There's a lot of questions about the accountability, defensibility of the solution. So here is where society can expand their existing role as a training provider. Perhaps now we have a better solution different solutions. So how we can apply on that to expand our role as society. Right.
Thank you for that interesting discussion. So I think some certain roles also evolve in time. Factory started in 1833 in the UK and started for child labor and to inspect the working hours. And over time, because of accidents, then we started with accident investigation, root cause analysis, and failure to defect analysis. So it actually the role evolved over time. And I think yesterday there was a talk on culture as well, organization culture. So probably that's another topic for another skills that occupational health professionals that we need to have in future. So not just in assessment, also in company change or starting change in a company or in an institution. But just now also listened here a lot about the international collaboration, about anticipatory to the changes which are coming, and networking opportunity, and also AI as a complementary tool in our work. And human is always the center of our work. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. Okay, so this morning topic on practicing AI technically is an eye-opener for me, and maybe not just from a OH perspective, but on a broader perspective. So, yes, applying the same principles as ethics, is it fair to let AI drive cars on road with human life at stake? Who is accountable for those self-driving algorithms?
Miranda was up here, she could tell us how well those self-driving cars performed in San Francisco. The way I see it is, what's the level of acceptable risk? At this stage, I don't think they'll be putting AI-driven vehicles on the road with a lot of risk. But the data will tell that in New Zealand, in our health and safety legislation, we have duties on manufacturers, designers, installers, etc., but also on the business themselves. So the way I see it, there is a responsibility and a duty on the company that has developed the algorithm, but also any other companies that use it as part of their business. So, for example, if it was Uber that was a company that's deploying an algorithm in their cars, that one business, but the company that came up with the algorithm perhaps would be another duty on the responsibility. So I'd see them responsible.
So again, it's a shared responsibility among the user and also the developer.
Yeah,
So as I put, the developer and the deployer are the ones that should own this. Okay, let's move on. So general AI tools give EOHS practitioners confident answers from unverified sources. Do the society see a role for themselves in building or governing a purpose-built EOHS model trained on unverified content from academia, regulators, standard bodies, and institutions? Maybe associations to take these questions.
Well, what's the budget, really? Professional bodies are non-profit by design. They don't have a lot of financial resources, so what's involved to build their own agents and models is quite expensive. So unless you're AIHA or some other well-resourced professional body, then I think it's going to be really difficult. So in those circumstances, I see other professional bodies play a role as a stakeholder and perhaps advising what should go in, what should go out, etc.
Yes, and to that, again, we can bridge out those concerns from the societies of the government, from the public relating to this proposal building called EOHS model training on critical content, and I think it's also based on trust that is very difficult between societies and also communities in this profession to our society or to our organizations. So yeah, again, like I said, it's thinking about the stakeholders, reaching out with that person, and we can provide advice to them, like what should be done and what you have to ensure. Again, it's also driven by the regulations, so we have to keep that in platform and what's the standard, the safe way or the occupational hygiene standard is being implemented in our industry or in our society. And if it's regulated by the government, or if there are any kind of specific terms that needs to be applied in the industry or within the societies, then we have to be driven by that first and foremost, and then become a bridge or stakeholders to the communities.
Looking from my perspective itself, I think I see the questions. It's a very good question in terms of two different separate issues we are talking about. So the second thing about the second question is about how society see a role for building themselves or the purpose building efficiency models. I think existing countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, does have a framework. You could have your standards of practice, code of practice itself, where people, OSH professionals and factories, businesses can use it to see what are the best practices, what are the things that require to make the workplace safer and healthier itself. So there's an existing framework, and definitely societies can play a part in which we are playing a part, I believe, but we should always be looking at how can we play a more in-depth, a more pervasive role in persuading or in terms of changing some of the regulations, frameworks, to make it more in tandem with technology changes. So that's number one. Now, the first question about generative AI's practitioners confident answers from unverified sources itself. I think that still strings back to that question about ethics itself. If you use AI to get the information, it gives you a lot of information itself. Are you going to take the whole data down to your bosses or to the businesses or to your clients that this is the answers, or are you going to screen through ethically to see that what applies and what don't apply? So that's my take on this. Thanks.
And I would like to add again, this is from the previous question actually. This is actually the indispensable role we as a professional, and our job as professional society is to uphold this ethics and professionalism. This won't be replaced by AI because AI will care. We as human care. So that is indispensable. I think it's really important to start from there and address on how we make this solution is more trust-driven. And perhaps I can suggest this is still in conversation, in discussion, what kind of framework we can introduce for professionals in using AI ethically. Right? Sometimes it's unintentional for you to use unverified source. But perhaps with more information, guidance, conversation, it will help to influence people to use this for a betterment of the society or our place. Right?
And before we go on further, I think that one of the things that we really have to be very clear about is that breaking the law and ethics are two different things. So I have a conversations with fellow industrial hygienists during the tea break itself, and then we do agree that no, if you are an examination provider and provide answers to your students so that they can pass an exam, that's not ethics. That is breaking the law. Okay? So be very clear what is ethics and breaking the law. Ethics is like situations. What Terry says is that you have a set of 20 measurements, and are you going to sort of not letting your boss know the results, the one data that is above the OER, for example. Okay, that is sort of ethics itself, or I need to soften the blow and all this things. So as professionals, you need to exercise that sort of professionals' integrity in terms of measurements, in terms of judgments, and in terms of having the courage to tell the bad news if necessary. So that is something that's more trend towards ethics rather than breaking the law. Thanks.
Yeah, so sorry, I think I hear a lot on the trust. Trust is a very important issue in use of AI. And I think it's not more on not developing a new model. There are really a lot of AI models available, but more on empowering the members of developing a framework for the members to use the AI responsibly and ethically. So the summary of the discussion we had earlier. Okay. Sorry, any questions from the floor? One, two, please, yes.
Okay, I was listening to the answers you gave to one of the questions, which is on the professional bodies. What is the role of professional body has, right? And I do some pro bono work with the National Safety Council of Singapore. It is not the workplace safety council. This is the National Safety Council. We are a non-profit organization, an arcade organization since the 1960s. Things have not changed. It's pretty long. So as I was listening to you and reflecting, I was using my AI model to do some collaboration online. An idea came about, and I'm going to pass it to you to think about and tell me what you think about it. Instead of arranging conferences, training programs as a technical body, and as I was standing outside having coffee break, there's a lot of people commenting about the SU points. One of the reasons they are here. Not to say that conference is not interesting, but a lot of people come here for the SU points. We want to make it more impactful. So in the National Safety Council, I'm thinking of a proposal like this. Why don't we engage our safety professionals on a key issue of the day? Okay? An example of a key issue can be the mobile devices that people are charging in their homes and they catch fire. Bring together the regulator, SCDF, homeowners who are actually using it, and technical body expertise. Get them together into a room and have a conversation, and find ways to address it. And use that as the stimulus to educate our safety professionals. Not on a training program, but help them participate. Get them to go out to the community and present it to the community members on what the precautions can be. Make it a more experiential experience. So we speak in education about pedagogy and andragogy. We're talking about adult learning. Instead of doing the same old thing of conferences and training programs, as many people are following the same, and I attended some training programs just for the SU points, and I find spending the time in the training program is not worth my time. It's just for the sake of it. Let's find a more meaningful, impactful way, is what I'm thinking, for a technical body to take on. What is your opinion of a technical body doing something like this that is relevant for the day?
So it sounds like to me there's some sort of a version of a workshop, that's interactive, that's focused on action, hands-on practical stuff. And maybe if for next year's conference you include some workshops in the program as well. So, that comes to mind. So I don't disagree. Conferences where there might be an overarching theme, but if you don't have concurrent sessions, it's a lot of talking at people and people sitting there passively absorbing information. So I'm a big fan of smaller workshops, group work, practical hands-on experiences, and then you take those skills and you roll it out. So I don't disagree at all.
And you find one challenge is scaling it up. Because you want to have masters of safety. Masters of safety professionals engaged. That's the part I can't figure out. If we do it like a workshop level or collaboration, how are we going to scale it up for a large group of safety?
Yeah, so I have a direct example of that. Back in 2022,
at WorkSafe New Zealand, the regulator, we hosted a series of roadshows. We travelled up and down the country at 9 different locations to try and get the most spread as possible. And the roadshows were covering the topic of carcinogens and airborne risk. And the way we did it was to book out a large exhibition venue, and we had areas where people could walk through, 4 different areas: identify, assess, control, and review. And in each of those areas, we had various experts. So we had people who were occupational hygienists from our team as a regulator. We had specialists, high hazardous inspectors, quarries inspectors, mine inspectors, generalist inspectors, hazardous substances specialists, so that the public, be it workers, business owners, or other health and safety professionals, they could walk through, learn about risk management, but at the same time, speak with the regulator and the experts as well. And so we've got a lot of engagement, direct engagement from that, a lot of positive feedback. And one of the really memorable pieces of feedback for me was workers attended first thing in the morning, and they learned so much from the roadshow that they went back to work on site and implemented a control in the workplace. So, for example, they were doing a lot of dry sweeping, and we showed them something. I usually industrial vacuum cleaner, and they went to the shop and bought them straight away. And then they came back in the afternoon and told us what they did. So that was impactful for me because there was a dialogue that we facilitated. We had practical demonstrations of RPE fit testing kits, industrial hygiene sampling equipment. We had all sorts of things. And at the same time, we're trying to educate people. They learned something and they implemented it. So to us, that was a success. But to do that requires a lot of people resource, logistics, and money.
I got an idea for the funding.
Of course, nothing works without funding. Instead of asking the participants to pay hundreds of dollars in funding for a session, I'm thinking of SMEs, corporate bodies. The guys who are selling the lithium battery, for example. It is in their interest for people to learn how to use it. Right? It is in the interest of the insurance companies that are paying for home insurance for people to do it well. So why don't we do a funding model through them so that it's funded? And we have a large place like this. We set up a way to sit in different areas that people can sort of walk through, learn, and interact. And it makes it more participative.
That could very well work a sponsorship type model, where we rolled it out, we're the regulator, so we have to be seen as impartial, so we fund it all ourselves. If you ever get that off the ground and you're looking for material and knowledge and know-how, I'm happy to share what we did with you.
Thank you.
I think behind I also organizing conferences next month. And you got conference workshops as well. It's more engaging. Yeah, I think also something for them to consider next year, the future program. More but I'd like to say thank you. I think there's a good idea, especially I like the next question, how do we scale it up? I think the challenge is always about how do we scale it up, and that question will be how fast we want to scale it up. Because I think some of the solution or framework in the internal takes years or even decades. For the exposure assessment, innovation, decision analysis. It's been since my day one, we discussing about vision, decision analysis, and we still have a PC talking about it. It takes time sometimes when it is to be. So we don't believe, we say, I believe this is where we can start somewhere, someplace. And again, I would like to thank you on your proposal on how do we define it. Perhaps we can work now. Now, this AI or this conversation brings us closer to those who might have interest, and where we can combine expertise, the AI, and your interest. Right now, we are quite fit when it comes to product safety, everything.
So where we can work together towards sustainable future. And this is again in the interest of enterprise now where they are talking about ESG, SDG, definitely we can fit some of the narrative inside there. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, something to add.
No, maybe we should go on. But I will propose we go to the last two questions. Because the next two questions are, possibly,
You can.
possibly something that is, the
So
president
can
and
we read
director.
out which question you want to address? Which question you want to address?
Maybe the last two questions about the AI is evolving and the professional societies. So I think when you talk about climate change and responsible AI, I don't think that all of us can really do very much at this level. So let's stick to something that is more relevant to us. I think the question on how can professional societies stay relevant.
So we can address this question first. AI is evolving, it's also
It's okay.
and the decision making is learning those theories and models. In fact, we will make better decisions with AI actually can utilize existing theories and actually make sound decisions.
Well, I think this is quite a good question because it actually sees the potential of what AI can do. And really, I think that is something that we really hope that it will materialize in the near future itself. At the present moment, for example, it's not that we are lack of tools, we have a lot of tools to put in the measurements, to check out statistically, the percentage of confidence, and so on and so forth itself. Now, as practicing industrial hygienists, I think one of the key things we are looking at is always on those strange data, how are we going to classify them as outliers, and are we confident to classify as outliers? So these are the things that I think that with AI, with augmented decisions from various sources itself, with time to time, we actually have theories of AI that eventually make that sort of decisions a little bit better, a little bit more sound when we interpret those data.
So, so I think it's also to understand the limitations of the AI models that we have. Even if it gets better, there are always some limitations to the AI model. So it's really cognizant, aware of these limitations, and so that when you apply the AI models, you know what are the limitations and where human judgment or decisions need to come in, as mentioned like the previous speaker. Okay, so we really, in terms of time, we go to the last question. How can professional societies stay relevant to practitioners who can access technical content freely online? Let me project this question.
Okay, I think the question is tricky. Which one is it? Number 3. Okay. How can professional societies stay relevant to practitioners who can access technical content freely online? Again, as an advisory body, I think any kind of professional societies like NIHA, Occupational Health and Safety Organization or professional societies can become the platforms that can provide an advisory to society, to community, students, and their members as well. Like this conference, I want to emphasize what your proposition. I think that's very good. And you can have like a professional development classes that can really help the government and the regulators, the technical expertise, the professional societies itself to come together to talk about certain issues related to AI. And then you also mentioned about the EV batteries, and I also checked out there's a question about the EV batteries also in Indonesia. So, like for example, in Indonesia, we have the National Battery Resources Organization. It's called ABRI. So they're conducting a technical assessment, like the R&D process, continuously collaborating with the EV providers, because Indonesia is one of the largest, it's the largest one for type was whether reported that it was produced in the case of the process. So the MBRI continuously conducting research and development, operating with industries, operating with regulators to ensure that the safety standards is being in place and was able to do the byproducts of that material, from the lithium batteries, from the byproducts from the EVs process itself, because the minings itself, if I'm taking from the mine case, the industry itself is changing. Some people are using an EV truck right now, and some are already proposing for a driverless truck. So the risk is there. So I think the professional societies can be relevant to practitioners to ensure that the kind of studies are being updated. It is driven again by regulation. It is driven by people that have that experts on that. For example, we have a guide who is talking about batteries, or Indonesian industrial hygienists, that we can share our knowledge, our self-experiences, which probably not proven to all situation, but at least we've got a silver lining on that, or like a red line that we can do, that this is one of the best practices that we can basically the industries itself. So I think it still becomes like a main platform for us to reach those concerns, and hopefully it gets a lot of people to understand that yes, these professional societies can help you to ensure that you are being in the platform, being in the right directory, being in the right platform, and then ensure that the government regulations will be those concerns. Thank you.
I'd like to add and build on that actually. This question is predicated on the presumption that professional bodies exist just to serve technical content. Professional bodies are much more than that, and to me, the most important thing is probably advocacy. Without professional bodies, who's the one that's driving the banning of engineered stone in Australia? Who's the one that's advocating to get all the NIOSH researchers back into their jobs in the US? Who's the one that's going to be writing letters to ministers, to government to oppose or provide feedback on new pieces of legislation that's going on in consultation? That's what professional bodies do. We are a collective voice for ourselves, essentially. So, professional societies are definitely going to stay relevant.
I think to answer the
I think exactly professional society is a gathering of the same profession coming together. We eventually come together. We may have some differences in our approach, and that's the society is going to like put everyone together, and we peer review each other. We agree and debate on issues and come to a consensus on what's the best way to do it from the available knowledge and science right now. And then when we go to this step, publish some technical advisory. And eventually, the technical advisory guideline that the society publish is really like a peer agreed, debated, calculated. And I think that's how we do it. Yes, so I think I will conclude any concluding remarks on
For me, I think I can sense some kind of anxiety on how AI will actually affect our professional lives. I think it's natural because as professionals, I mean, not all of us are mystical, including myself, because it involves human lives and human health. So I guess we can start small. Instead of using AI to actually assess the technical aspects, I think many of us as safety officers and management companies do a lot of day-to-day work that AI can actually help. So I think instead of thinking how about the technical content and all that, you can actually use AI to simplify your emails to your bosses, your investigation reports and all that, or even online meetings, transcribe the notes and all that. So I think these are some of the things that you can actually, you can start small and it will actually save up a lot of time and you can use it for the other higher value-added stuff.
I'll try to keep it short. Professional societies are relevant. they're coming together of ideas, voices, opinions, learning new things, challenging each other as well. So take part in your relevant professional body.
Yes, just like to say that use AI as a supporting tools for your process and decision making. Put your trust in your people and put your trust in your workers, because at the end of the day, if you're still centralized on your workers and it's driven by them, that is basically again decision is driven by what is the risk that's being implemented, what is the risk and what is the control that's being implemented to ensure the work feels safe and the healthy situation if you're working in front of them. And again, emphasizing on the professional societies. Yes, just like what you said, take part in your professional societies, engaging more, inviting more stakeholders to have this sort of discussion. And then I think with sometimes the government also like to have this kind of public hearings, like in Indonesia, they invited IHA, like the society, to have a public hearing whenever they want to implement certain regulation. So we can bring that expertise to that certain public hearing agenda, and then provide our concerns, and provide our technical expert, and then our advisory, so that all of these industrial hygienists or professional hygienist matters are being taken into account.
Right, and for me, AI has a lot of promises and potential, and I think it's really important for us to take this opportunity for us to redefine our profession as well as the role of professional societies, perhaps to expand and challenge what is the norm. So I have pro-AI actually, rather than worrying about how it will replace and make us dispensable. I would love to think that, ask myself, how can I expand more? How can I deliver more? What is the new value that I can discover with AI? So that is my take.
I think concluding remarks for this one, I think many of the points are quite relevant for the debate itself. To me, I think that professional societies will need to look at that in the face of AI, whereby information is so familiar to the roles that you have to play, and perhaps think more towards OSH professionals that are using AI, how we can influence that, how we to change their mindsets to use AI responsibly and in a manner that is ethical as well. That's all.
Okay, so thank you everyone for the very interesting discussion. So I think professional society has a role in identity people and voices. And for those who are not using AI, we should start using AI. And for those who are using AI, I think this platform is to use it responsibly, and also to learn things out and know and move into new rooms. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, just a quick announcement for the delegates. I know we are all running a bit late, we're getting a bit hungry. Lunch is ready. Time right now is 1:10. Let's come back to the room at 2 p.m. sharp. We shall begin our session at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Okay, next one. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Then the authorities are getting a little bit even harder.
I think the regulators like Silence and Abu Bakar, these people need to step in. They cannot make this kind of things happen otherwise. I mean,
But-
we cannot try it alone.
But to be honest, Well, I'm going to charge.
But honestly, they promote and then they have to balance because there are people fall, the people are there.
我两个我走乱了，我不懂哪一个是，
I will
不懂
just
哪一
talk
个
to
是
the
哪一
one.
个。Let's just charge both and then.
This is okay. I just want to check with you.
Yeah. You're trying to see.
Is it okay?
Okay. To try to see, we don't just attach.
There will be another panel. But I think we need to bring down because to keep the chair here. Yes, that side is better. I pass. Very good. Let's share with us. Yes.
Yeah, we'll check her. Pleasure. Thank you.
two, test one, two, test one, two. Test one, two. Test one, two, 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 test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 1, 2. 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 That's 1, 2.
That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, right now it's 2 p.m. Thanks to those who are back in the conference room right now, for those who are still lingering around at the exhibition hall, and I kindly invite all of you back to the conference room, and we will start this session. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the conference room once again for the last part of the conference. So I trust that everybody has good lunch here. So far, any feedback for the food so far? Good, no good? Enough, not enough? What else do you want for the food? What else, what else? Hey, say that, don't be shy, this is fine, huh? You want lobster? You want shark fin? Anything like that? Nothing. Okay. No, thank you for being so kind and generous to say that food is good. I find so many so and all the work. Singapore national team, soccer national team, but to be fair, I'm very proud of that. Anybody watch the second game Thailand over in Thailand? But show of hands, anybody watch the game? Nobody. You mean I'm the only idle one? Or one, two. Sirs, do you agree that they fought very hard? Yes, they did. First time in 20 years that we actually did Thailand over there in Thailand. And they really gave the us out. So even though they won that match, lost entirely, I think credit is to be given, credit is due. So I need to stand correct myself on that. Maybe they will improve from 148 to 147 right now. Okay, I think I wasted enough. You know, like when I talk like that, I mean, I'm very waste. Okay, thank you very much for today, Dr. Guy. I hope that the next session this afternoon is going to be as equally, if not more interesting than what we've experienced for the past 1.5 days. We have a very interesting list of speakers up here. Without further ado, coming from Hong Kong, representing IEH Hong Kong, and is going to be speaking about transforming Hong Kong facility hygiene through artificial intelligence. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Alex Zhu.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, are you eating a lot of lunch or food for lunch? Did you eat a lot? Are you feeling very comfortable after eating a lot? Are you going to do something after eating? I hope I will make you not want to feel a little bit tired after our video presentation. Okay, so I would like to share about some of the information related to Hong Kong. Any of you have been to Hong Kong before? Yes. What is your impression about Hong Kong? Can you give me one or two words about Hong Kong? Like Singapore, busy. Okay. Like Singapore, fast. Book very fast. You know, I was traveling abroad. I find I always walk the fastest. I don't know why. But when I'm in Hong Kong, I'm not walking that fast. So everything is wild. So maybe I'm in Singapore, I feel people still not walk so fast compared to Hong Kong. So don't worry. Singapore is still not that fast, but who knows, maybe after 3 or 4 years or a few years later, people also walk. Okay, so I will also share about so before I talk about the topic, maybe I will have some introduction about myself. I'm also have some background that related to occupational hygiene during my training, and I'm also maybe please for my next page of PowerPoint. Yeah. Oh, maybe I'll call it busy. So maybe I will talk about the topic is we are related to some particular air quality, and also I will also talk about some area of the topic related to the robot. The robot will do the cleaning of the water tank. About myself, I have been working as a health and safety practitioner for more than 30 years. So I always spent honestly more than half of my life working in this field so far. I'm currently a member of the Committee of Social Safety and Health under the Labor Department's the Labor Advisory Board. And also, I have been also serving with various organizations such as IOSH Hong Kong, but also the OSA, and also the trainer as well as I'm also serving some of the board as a board member. And as well as I'm also have a hygiene organization in Hong Kong before the Hong Kong IOH. We also have RPH status. And I'm also the support of examination and also tackle. So when we are performing some exam or interview, I'm also one of those can provide my help to support the exam and all written and all exam. And also I also have been working as some local health and safety association in Hong Kong. And I just stepped down from my vice president last May, and I'm now still a committee member because I would like to give the opportunity to our younger DC member instead of we are on the position. Okay. So before I will proceed my topic, can anyone tell me what is the one in the photo? Does anyone know what is that in the photo? And what is the purpose of this equipment? Can anyone tell me? Do you know what is it? What is it? What is it? Can anyone have you seen this before? This type? Yeah, what's it? What's it? For fire. Is it for fire? What's it this for? Can anyone tell me? For fire. Not for fire. For toilet, yes, exactly, for toilet. This is a panel displayed outside of a toilet. And they will tell you how is the number, you can see 3 and 6, totally have 6 and 3 occupied. And also you can see by visual, here is a visual, you can see the status of those toilets. And also, these are male toilets, they have a female toilet, so you can see the different data and display in the toilet. And at the same time, as you can see as a toilet, there's some kind of privacy. So remember, this is a use of the AI. At the same time, you also have to keep some kind of privacy. So this one is just, I took it before I come to Singapore. So I found this photo, I found this panel and I took a photo and I see. Actually, this is not only we have tested the airport district, we also have similar setting in some shopping malls. So to show or to indicate similar situation. One of the purpose of this kind of indication is also not only for the customer, but it's also for the staff. So in case they will record the usage. If they have more people use the toilet, they will also indicate the staff need to perform more cleaning for those toilets with more usage. So it's some kind of data. But as I mentioned, we are more for the privacy. Okay. So in here, as you can see, this is some application of AI in Hong Kong. And then I will also tell you one more point. As you can see in Hong Kong, your impression. This is the two photos taken in 2 different parts of Hong Kong. But the same, what you can see is many buildings, very crowded, high density. And eventually, what happened is, if the people who are staying in those buildings, the usage, including some corporate area like corridor, washroom, car park, the deterioration because of a higher usage, then it will be faster. Because of a lot of usage. So in normal situation, if the people do some particular work, where traditionally they will based on schedule. Based on schedule, they will fix the time, they will do cleaning, or they will do some work for regular maintenance, whatever. And another way is because we have been experiencing COVID last few years, and the past concept about cleanliness has been changed. Not only just to keep clean, but we used to tell hygienic. We have to keep it free from harmful germ, no germ, with no chance to transmit disease to other people. And we have more requirement nowadays for cleaning. So some product, if they decay, they can kill 99.99% of the germ. So this is what people will buy it because they like those products can more effectively to not only keep clean, but they can kill germs, they can kill bacteria, they can keep the place safe. And also another to the water tank. Actually, those places, because it's a confined area, and not only the water tank, and also some HVAC, those ducting, they are also quite confined space. For staff, if they are in charge of work with those cleaning jobs related to those areas, it also might have some kind of hazard, such as related to the use of the chemical for cleaning, and also some economic concern. And for water tank, I also experience the confined environment and also the falling hazard. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we used to have some fixed schedule for cleaning. Usually, in Hong Kong, we use a paper form. We write down the schedule, so the staff will work, and then they could sign, and they will put the paper outside, and they will sign and sign and sign and sign, so to do the job. But last year, because of, as I mentioned, people will work based on the demand. If we use the AI, then everything will change from paper form to electronic way. And they will also, the indications not only just how many times you clean the day, but instead they will base on the performance. We have different KPI than used to be. Okay, so in way of what I have mentioned in here, you can see the way that they change is from a traditional way to AI enabled way. But then we always use the term the risk-based model because it's based on certain kind of risk, as I mentioned earlier. Those related to the water tank work, those related to the indoor air quality, those related to those environment. And also this has some well-development to have some sensor before, long time ago, maybe just measure single parameter such as CO2 sensor. But after that, we developed already like some sensor like 5-in-1, 10-in-1, or even more. Maybe you also have a similar setting in your base, your country, your base. In Hong Kong, actually, any company is now develop or thinking of how to make use of multiple sensor in one and to perform a better monitoring of different environment. And also for cleaning, and later I will show you there's a robot which can perform the cleaning work, which also will solve the problem of earlier those in confined space work, and also solve the problem of the ergonomic hazard. And also the indication will also be changed without the paper form to other means which can be stored by electronic means. And in this case, now as I mentioned, those sensors used to have only a single sensor, like as I mentioned, the sensor for motion, the sensor for CO2, the sensor for others. But now we develop some sensors which should be all in one, or multiple to one, such as the one for odor, for humidity, for particulate, including the CO2, and also some of them can even time the traffic flow. So they will know that traffic flow, the path will record it, and they will know that the usage and the frequency. So they will also get some data, as I mentioned, like the one I showed you, the toilet that they can use based on the traffic to up to a certain level, and they will for the time of staff to do the cleaning, which could be the trend that we are using now. And also one of the reasons why in Hong Kong, I think one of the important reasons in Hong Kong is our salary in Hong Kong, honestly, is quite high. We are facing people have a higher salary, and another problem is in a lot of that problem. The other thing is, sometimes some kind of job is quite difficult to look for people to work with. Some of the job because of the nature or the kind of work. Sometimes it's quite difficult to have suitable people to work on certain kind of job. That's why we are facing some problem of insufficient manpower. So the development of AI is one of the solutions to solve the problem of the manpower concern in Hong Kong. And also in Hong Kong, we are also facing another problem, maybe not in the country. We are facing a society of people getting older and older. Our median age in Hong Kong already 40-something plus now. And the reason is we are facing a society, we have less and less younger generation. That's why one of the ways we do AI is also trying to use the AI to solve the problem of shortage of manpower in the future. And now our government statistics also show that our working force in the total number in Hong Kong was already dropped around 3 or 4 years ago. So our total working force in Hong Kong is dropped. That's the reason why also we are thinking of using AI to solve some of the predictable problems that we are facing. Another way is also we can use the AI for analysis. I think a lot of speakers also have mentioned this today about using the AI. We can do some kind of projection, such as one of the case here is about the CO2. If we suddenly we know about some race of the people are coming, and we would expect that they will have more chance for overload of the CO2. That system not reactive. Not reactive, but more proactive to provide more fresh air, so they can solve the problem of the overload and the raise of the CO2 at the earlier stage. That's how they can learn instead of the system we used before, based on the number of the people increase and they will send and they will provide more fresh air. And also another way is our work actually already more of how to say we can make a more decision by the human through the AI, and through those knowledge they learn, they can also put more decision to how to improve the situation. Because AI actually is just tools that we are used for our work. Want to be controlled by the AI means that we should have the skill how to make decisions based on the information provided by the AI, which is very important because I have been in Hong Kong. I observed as a teaching staff, and also have some students doing some project and learning projects. Somehow I feel probably they feel that AI is very powerful. And I noticed some of them might be too reliant on the AI. And sometimes when they're doing some decision making, they also give the decision making to the AI instead of their own judgment. Somehow we know that AI might not be correct all the time. So it's very clear that we can screen and select the information provided by the AI instead of we are the one driven by the AI and eventually we make some kind of wrong decision. That is very important. And also for some hidden work, for example, if you use the robot, we can find this way to have some kind of as a solution for some hidden work. And at the same time, those kind of system and those kind of decision, we still need to be done by human. For example, the robot still can be controlled by an operator. The robot cannot do all the things by itself. And the robot has their own camera. That's why when they are doing the teamwork, the operator will base on what he can see from the screen to make the decision for the robot. So the robot just like tools instead of the robot can do everything. So this is very important for concept map. And also for the indoor air quality, I think most of you are quite familiar with the indoor air quality. Normally, we will use the air exchange to increase the air exchange to dilute the ozone or other potential pollutants such as some microorganism or some chemical. And usually, we will use some case to avoid the case that we are receiving some criminal situation. That's why IAQ or the inner quality air flow is very important to solve this problem. So somehow we should check what is the source of problem instead of just see something and then we will make a decision that this must be caused by this problem. And also, we should also set up some of the targets. For example, this is just some example. Usually, we will use the CO2 for the occupant, if they are adequate or not. If CO2 is in Hong Kong, we normally use 1,000 ppm as indication. If it's above 1,000 ppm, maybe we will feel the occupancy will be clouded. So we will try to lower the occupancy to be a bit lower. The best is in our Hong Kong IQ certification should be even up to 800 ppm, which is quite difficult actually. But this is what the target of the IQ certification scheme. And also for others also have a similar application. For example, for the QVOC or for medical item, we will use it for some chemical. For example, new furniture or use of some aerosol product or some fumigation, so as a way that you will know that whether the residue of those chemical, whether they are away or not. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we also have some standard, as I stated earlier, the IAQ certificate scheme actually was carried out by the EPD, Environmental Protection Department of Hong Kong, and they usually kind of speak to suggest if some law they just suggest that the building can follow those schemes, so they can meet certain requirements through the IAQ monitoring repeated parameter, so they can have excellent or good standard, two classroom excellent good standard, so they can meet certain kind of requirement, and they can put a label to the building to show that they have already reached some kind of requirement. And also in Hong Kong, we also facing high humidity during the summer period. Hong Kong is a city close to the sea, so during the summer we are facing a very humid environment. So we also have some buildings with problem with a lot of mold on the building, and normally we are also avoiding the growth of mold. So one of the ways is also to have a early application for the body humidity is high and trying to control the air flow, which have a lower humidity. So another thing is related to the water tap. Can you guess what is the photo here? What's the photo here? Anyone? I feel a little bit difficult, but I try to guess. Can you guess what's it? What's it? What's it? The tips is related to water tap. Can you guess what is this? This is a precast water tank. So the people make a water tank in a light factory setting, and then they deliver this precast water tank from somewhere to Hong Kong. So during the construction period, they will put this water tank to become part of the building. So in Hong Kong, one of the change recently is they start to do some precast work for part of the building. So like here, they make a tank already. So because we become part of the building, they just delivered somewhere in mainland China to Hong Kong. Okay, it will disappear. But the hazard of the water tank is after they make it water tank building, and if the people have to get inside this water tank, usually the opening is very small. And of you have water tank, no matter it's the fresh water, seawater water tank, until you enter the water tank before and of you. I have to enter many water tank. I have to enter from the small one, the one the rooftop to the very big one, the one in the whole real estate, the crushing water. Because in Hong Kong, we use seawater for crushing water. So, how in Singapore, are you using seawater or fresh water for fishing? I'm not sure. So, do you have any idea? Because why I'm asking this question, because in Hong Kong we use seawater for fishing water products, so they use a huge amount of seawater. So the water tank normally if we do cleaning, usually we have to drain the water for 4 hours, drain for 4 hours, and then drain the water, and then we do the air testing, and then we make sure they are safe to enter, and then we have to wait our staff, and then after the staff do the cleaning work, and then we can let the water in. When I start to do the flushing, 2 a.m. So before the sunrise, it cleans off the job. So I always have to do work after midnight. So I'd be happy if you always work after midnight with no overtime. My job before no overtime, my boss told, oh, Alex, this is your normal job, part of your job. So no overtime. Okay? So I'm thinking, why? But no one raised this question to me before. I was very young at that time, so I think maybe he just treat me like a trainer. So I do this during the mentoring period because we do this kind of cleaning fixed schedule also at half year. So summer and winter I do. Summer I'm happy because still okay, but winter is really very cold. You know, before the winter we only have to 5 degrees and like so. But now, if we are using the AI technology, we can reduce a lot of manpower and also more safe for those people. And because before I saw those contributions have contracted to work class. Honestly, I'm quite pity on them because the job inside those camps is very tough, very slippery, very dirty, and also not very safe. You know, they have a lot of decomposed things inside the tank after drinking water, and very slippery and quite dangerous. And also for this case, as I mentioned later, I will show you about some technology. They use some kind of jet. I will show you. And also they have camera, and also this product actually I want to highlight because this product is developed by Hong Kong. Not from mainland China, because actually now many high technology product actually is mainland China. But why I want to emphasize because this is the product that developed by semi-government organization called Hong Kong PC, Hong Kong Computing Council, and with a technology company from Hong Kong. So later I will show you how it works. And this is how it looks like. Actually, you can see not a very big the robot. You can see the one in white robot, and you start add, and then you have a water check. And then the box is the one to control the robot. So it will be controlled by the operator. And here, actually, you can see the water pressure we can generate is around 150 kilogram, which can be up to quite a high pressure. Because 150 kilogram is actually very strong for that. And then they also have a camera, and they also can swap to different angles, including the 120 degree to 190 degree. And also we are concerned about the force. It can basically save around the force from 5 star to 2 star because for the law of Hong Kong, if you enter from other space, minimum you need 5 people, 5 people, and now we shift to 2 people because no people really, and we don't really go because of the local. And of course, because of nobody inside the water tank, so we 100% remove the house of the ergonomic concern. And the one who operate the machine, there's no any upward position, and there's no any hazard that like and this one I will just give you a course anyway. This is Hong Kong data. Basically, if you divide it around 6.1 or 6.2, you will already convert to Singapore dollar. So you can see actually the cost in Hong Kong is quite high because you can see it's 1 million Hong Kong if you are using our traditional method because of the high of do a lot of trading. But if you are only using machine, you can get off around maybe trying to show the video how this works. The yellow one is the curve in the ducting, and then the swap. So you can see the curve is indeed quite a high-tech one. And then you can also see when they go out and try to clean, also by high-tech water, so they become very clean. So this is what they have. And also they can resist the camera is waterproof, so they will not so they will not easily affected by hijack and also the water spillage. And actually last year they have been tested in 2 different places. One is in a shopping mall water tank in Zhengguan. I think you can visit to the work. German actually in Canada, let's say German. They call TKO spot shopping mall. So we tested in water tank. And also another place is air duct in Hong Kong Disneyland. Also the last year we did the test also. And in here you can see all of them after, for example, in Disneyland, after the cleaning, the IQ flow check showed 50% improvement in the supply air cooling. It means you can show significant changes for the cleaning. So in here, I just want to show the video here about the water tank cleaning in Germany. Can call it please also show very short time. Is it working here? It did not move it. Sorry. Actually, the operator is just remotely control this robot and then they do the cleaning. And through the camera, they can see where they need to do cleaning and clean through the. And so another one is the Disneyland. You can see before and after. This is the air duct. I first I don't have any negative feeling about Disneyland. How about Disneyland? No. Okay? No. Okay, don't say anything about Disneyland. How about Disneyland? This is a very good place. Okay, I love my 2 months very much. Okay, I just want to show you that the air duct after and before. Okay, so you can see it's significantly clean after the air duct. It looks as if totally new after the cleaning. Okay, so you can see the work really do a lot in Disneyland. This was also was done last year. Okay, let me give you some closing key takeaway because actually my topic here I just want to show about use of those products here in Hong Kong, give you some idea about here in Hong Kong. So the case is very important that we use those AI that I mentioned really can change the people's concept about cleaning. Instead of the react, we are more proactively can do the cleaning for the different places like the tank or and also you can see the first page I see the airport call it that. It's more proactively to provide information for the staff we can do cleaning in case of high usage. And also, as a lead of the COVID, we are more concerned about the hygiene, especially in the public area. It actually can help a lot for us to do such thing and make a better decision and trying to also avoid spread of disease. That's why it protect also worker as well as the public. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, 1, 2. Check it on. 1, 2. Okay, next time.
Thank you for speaking about that. Oh, right. So moving on to the next speaker, we have the executive director and co-founder of Wellbeing Digital, and his topic is going to be from data collection, how wearables can protect workers from mental and health stress. So can you put your hands together to welcome Tommy?
Well, thank you to the organizers. I think this 1.5 days, certainly this seminar fit our brain and also fit our body. Breakfast, lunch, tea break coming soon. And for some lucky few, we also had dinner last night. So thank you. My name is Carl. Actually, I'm based in Hong Kong. I'm with a company that makes wearable technology. Probably unique because you probably don't hear many wearable technology for the last 2 days. In case some of you may not be aware, Apple actually launched a earphone last year that detects vital signs. I don't know how many of you are aware. Actually, before that, Beats also launched an earphone with health sensing February last year. Talking about Apple, this morning, Dr. Elvin Tan and Miss Ashifa mentioned about mental health. And so today's topic, I'm going to share a bit about mental health, and then towards the end, a bit about stress. Okay. Hopefully we have the audio.
Daddy is the sweetest daddy in the world. Daddy is the most handsome, the smartest, the most clever, the kindest. He is my Superman. Daddy wants me to do well at school. Daddy is just great, but he lies. He lies about having a job. He lies about having money. He lies that he's not tired. He lies that he's not hungry. He lies that we have everything. He lies about his happiness. He lies because of me.
applies to both Delhi and Mummy also, I guess. And with all of us here, I think in the workforce, I'm not sure how many of us can relate to this. I think a lot of us, I'm glad that this morning mental stress, mental wellness was mentioned because it is a taboo subject for a long time. The taboo subject until probably during COVID, people start coming out and talk about it. Even today, it's a bit taboo. In fact, over the last year, in Straits Time, you can see 4 or 5 adults has mental stress issue, don't seek help. It's one of the key issues in Singapore. The article mentioned that kids 10 to 14 or 10 to 18 children also facing stress. So stress is an issue that increasingly we know it's important, but not much is being done about it. Increasingly it is, but still not at the level of occupational hygiene that we talked about the last 1.5 days. Mental health is something in our brain. Today, the solution that I hear is a solution where you do appraisal, you HR, talk to your HR. In my opinion, not necessarily trained as mental wellness expert. Yeah. Okay, for anything, maybe it's the opposite also. If you stress. Who is where was I? So mental health is something in our brain. It doesn't show. And today's solution is all about mostly about appraisal. You got to tell somebody, they value you, how stressed you are, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, if I tell my boss, then my career is going to have to get me for the next, volume change. So we think that mental health issues should be done in private or wellness program done in private. I'm not going to go to this book, but I actually went through something with Dr. Katil of the Center for Mindfulness in Singapore, probably 6 months ago. And I went through a session, in my opinion, very amazing. Because I was showing him the earphone that I have. Actually, I have a pair in my pocket. And I was showing him how the earphone detects heart rate and so forth. Okay? And I had and because there's no display, I had my phone and I was showing him my heart rate. And all of a sudden he said, hey, come, focus on your right big toe. And I closed my eyes. And then about 5 seconds later, he said, focus on your left big toe. And then 5 seconds later, right little toe, 5 seconds later, left little toe. And then all of a sudden he said, okay. And then I opened my eyes. My heart rate actually within that 1 minute went from 68 to 52. Now this is amazing because I think probably all of us know that if you're stressed, you're angry, you're nervous, your heart rate goes up. And the opposite is true. In an academic study, besides heart rate, there's this cycle called heart rate variability. And heart rate variability includes time domain, frequency domain, RMSST, PNN, STN, blah, blah, blah. Very confusing. But you tell the average layman, hey, your heart rate goes down, so relax. I think they understand. So we envision a product that's a closed loop system. So for instance, after lunch, your lunch break 12 to 1 o'clock. So you tell, hey Jim, go grab a quick sandwich. 12 to 12:30, go eat your lunch. 12:30, go find a spot in your office, in the corner, in the conference room, put on earbud, and listen to a mindfulness program. When Dr. Katil told me to focus on my toe, right toe, that, I realized it's a mindfulness program. And let's face it, I don't know how to do mindfulness program. And to me, meditation probably has so much different compared to sleeping. So if you me meditate, of course, right? So mindfulness program, I don't know. But to complete the loop. And in the privacy of a corner, I put in my earphone. I mean, in workspace, we put on earphone every day. Right? I mean, conference call, so you don't look stupid, you don't look obvious, you don't look something wrong. And then you're doing that, and then you're going through this program 30 minutes. And I did check I checked the AI. Hey, 1 minute heart rate goes down. Then the second minute after I open my eyes, my heart rate back up. So what's the use? So it turned out that, by exercising, if you do like 3 or 4 a week, 20, 30 minutes each time, whether you are going for a quick jog or whether you are doing a mindfulness program, overall it actually relaxes you. It relaxes your nervous system. So we are talking about a new kind of wearable that is kind of, I should say, in terms of awareness, what a lot of us to be aware by Apple. Close to, you think of mindfulness is tracking your heart rate, and then it's tracking the historical, and then you relaxes you, and so it become, as compared to a ring or a watch, you cannot play a mindfulness program and kind of listening from your ring or from your watch. If you can, or your neighbors will know, hey, how is going crazy, for example, right? So earphone is a very a piece of wearable that provides the kind of privacy close loop that other devices cannot do. And your opinion is better than paper questionnaire, for instance. I think the next page is also a quick video about how it can be used. In case some of you, ask me. So she's putting on the earphone. And you can play it. And you're seeing that she's playing the mindfulness program. And 10 minutes later, you can see that her vitals, the stress level goes down from 61 down to 57. Actually works. It worked on me. In fact, in the example that I mentioned, mindfulness program that I mentioned with Dr. Katir, I organized one with my staff who called in from Hong Kong. Within 2 minutes, their heart rate went from low 80s to 60s. So it worked even if you call long distance. Now, whether it's Dr. Katir, a human being at the other end, or is it AI, or is it a mindfulness program, it's something that can be, for instance. So overall, I think, again, we're talking about how we can use this as we listen this morning. In fact, productivity loss due to mental health issue is in the billions of dollars. If we can find support from a local perspective, individual perspective, organization, and the society perspective, find that balance. I think that's something that is as if, I think Singaporeans know about health promotion board. We do our move it. 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m., we go to CBD area, a lot of people, most young people in Lululemons, in gym, they are exercising, they're dancing around. How about the others who need to rush home, either take care of the family, cook, check the homework? We don't have like the young kids in the CBD to do that, and we have a lot of stress, probably more stress than them, So can we have a complete program? Can we work together? So I have a piece of art. I don't have the other portion, which is the mindfulness portion, for instance, and the ability to deploy it. Right? Now, the second portion that I'd like to share real quick is about heat stress. I think the numbers, we've probably seen similar numbers like these. Europe and France was going through very big issues, Japan going through big issues. I realized that the reason why in Europe or even in Japan, this became a big issue because they were not used to having air conditioning. I found out. So unlike us, we can turn on our air conditioning in Japan or Europe, some of the places they don't even have air conditioning. And temperature is rising. On the left-hand side, the current solution, web bar, and so on, is in my opinion, macro level kind of solution. It talk about big picture, how you cool down the environment, how you, for example, in the Middle East, how you shift the construction to the night instead of during the day. How in Hong Kong, supposedly, I think that I'm looking at Dr. Jay to the previous speaker to confirm my understanding. But in Hong Kong, if you're in the construction area, I think the temperature is reached 32 degrees Celsius or something, then you got to stop for 15 minutes by right. Okay? But what we are proposing with a piece of wearable that we actually, I also have it in my pocket here, which is a lot of show and tell. So this is a device, also a in-ear device that we have deployed to the Hong Kong police. The previous speaker asked if anyone of you Hong Kong, and if you have, then you realize Hong Kong is a very mountainous place, and then in summer, which is now, a lot of people would like to go hiking. And while people like us go hiking in our PT shops, then we get lost in the mountain, and then the police have to come and rescue us. They come in full uniform, they come with gear. Apparently, a lot of them actually, the police get distressed even before they find the patient. So, in the case of the right hand side, we deploy the black piece of vehicle that I just showed you. We actually deploy it in the Hong Kong police. And the way they use it is that, it's stuck in the ear one side, it's very flat so that they can have a helmet. It connects to the walkie-talkie. At the same time, it collects the in-ear temperature, and then it sends to the back end so that, the command center can, tell them to relax and so on. Of course, tracks HRV, because HRV gives you a historical trend, so that if men used to be able to sustain up to any temperature of 39 degrees Celsius, but because his HRV is low this morning because he didn't have enough water, so maybe at 38 degrees Celsius he needs to be called out, and we are looking for. So in my case, because we have we are looking for partners to build a system like this to deploy. Okay. So in case you're wondering, we actually did for the ear temperature for both mental health. We actually did a trial in the Chinese University of Hong Kong. The use of vital signs like HRV, and so they put about 100 students in a mock exam. So they monitor the HRV the day before the mock exam, the mock exam day, and the day after. HRV actually goes down. When HRV goes down, it means your stress level went up. So after the mock exam, the HRV goes back up, it means the stress level goes down. So it's inversely proportional. So we did a trial, the paper was published. In the case of in-ear dependent temperature, I will share with you that I'll make a statement that says when you try to detect temperature from your wrist or from your finger, that is greatly affected by ambient temperature. That's probably the most accurate temperature sensing would be either from your nose or either from the plakam or you swallow something. Okay? So, but those are invasive. So, of the non-invasive temperature sensing is probably the most accurate. It's not on your armpit, it's on your chest. It's certainly not on your waist as well. So, I think during COVID, when we have to go into the restaurant, and remember we have to put our hand or put our forehead and do the temperature check. We don't realize that in Singapore, in Hong Kong during December, you go there, you do a forehead check, or you use your hand and touch the sensor. It registers 30 degrees Celsius and it actually beeps low. So it's inaccurate. But in the year, we have actually done a trial with the National University of Singapore to compare with the thermometric field. So we are proud to say that ear sensing is very close to the actual invasive thermometric field when we talk about heat stress protection. So we also, in that sense, we collaborate with universities and law enforcement. So unfortunately, we are not in Indonesia, we are not in Malaysia. We definitely hope to also collaborate with universities in Indonesia, Malaysia, and not just in Singapore. We try to, because I think each case is different. I think that's probably the second last page. Yeah. So to conclude, I just sharing that we have a piece of hardware. We are looking for partners to build a system, a heat stress system, and also more importantly, a mental health system. Someone apparently, because even though I know how to repeat what they say about focusing on my toe, I'm not trained mental health expert. So we need among us, if we have such experts, let's build a system together, let's deploy. I think this is a market that is not tapped as much as it should be. I think in the past 1.5 days, we talk about biological risk, physical risk, chemical risk, ergonomics design risk that affect occupational hygiene, but we didn't talk too much about how do we solve the mental health issue. I think that's represents a big market opportunity as well. I know they're going to share the PPT, but last but not least, this is how you can find us, and I think that was my LinkedIn account. So thank you for the time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks, Johnny.
Thank you very much. So I guess a good person to get in touch with the Jason from
Yes.
Right. He was our speaker at the first and second conference meeting. Right. Going on to the third speaker for the lunch session. We have a secretary from the OEHS, and he will be talking about turning SAS into action, practical AI use case for EHS. So, Mr. Sarah Simon. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today we've actually heard a lot of different speakers come here and talk about AI. And my presentation is also going to cover a use case of an AI for an EHS professional. And so there are a lot of different kinds of use cases of AI that are currently being tested or being tried or in the industry, being used. I've put some of those use cases here. For example, your near miss and observation. You have a lot of data that comes through your near miss reports, your observation reports. Your AI can actually scan through and give you or identify patterns or trends. Similarly, incident reports, findings, you can actually identify, trends or focus areas that would give you the biggest return. Regulatory horizon scanning, that's another AI use case. Conversational assistance. Now this is typically, when you want to have a AI assistant to answer your queries, but it's as good as the data, the procedures, or the knowledge base that it uses. Statistical exposure prediction, that's a very interesting machine learning application in the field of industrial hygiene using your exposure data. Low cost sensor network calibration, that's another use case of machine learning where if you can calibrate your low cost sensors that are deployed across your facility, that are deployed across across your course, can you take that data and generate something useful out of it, right? Obviously, you need to calibrate it to a specific instrument and then use that data. Finally, the last three applications that are there, it's PPE detection. So that's using your cameras and using the video surveillance to actually identify if there is compliance or non-compliance. Using video for posture and ergonomic risk assessment, and then the wearables and physiological monitoring. I think all these, they also go hand in hand with privacy concerns. So those things have to be kept in mind. But the topic that I'm going to cover today is more about STS review and hazard extraction from STS. All right. So why STS, right? I mean, STS is actually the first thing that comes to mind of an EHS professional when they want to manage chemical-related risks, right? If you look at a manufacturing site, on an average, you would have about 500 chemicals that are used at a manufacturing site. If you talk about some specific industries like aerospace, you may even have more than 1,000 chemicals that are used on a daily basis. So understanding the hazards, understanding the concerns from a particular chemical become really important. And where is that information available? That information is available in your safety data sheet. So what become a very useful use case for AI? Well, I mean, imagine if you are the one who has to go through 1,000 chemicals or SDS safety data sheet, it's going to be very tiring. Fatigue is going to kick in soon. And if different people review, you could have different judgment across the different data sheets, right? Whereas if you look at SDS, it's an internationally fixed structure, right? You have 16 sections that has been defined as to what information it will have. There's also a requirement for a minimum content that needs to be there in each of those sections. And the very interesting thing is this data can actually be checked. So if you use an AI to scan through your SDS, the output that's produced can be very quickly checked because we're talking about gas numbers, we're talking about hazard statements, we're talking about OELs that can actually be checked, right? So this makes it a very good sort of a test bed to actually use AI in terms of in your SDS. So I'll give you a use case. Somebody came and said, hey, I'm actually having these 1,000 chemicals, but I don't have the bandwidth to review all of these 1,000 chemicals. I want to do a very good qualitative risk assessment to identify what are the industrial hygiene concerns, what should I be doing at the site, but how do I go about it? So if you look at that, if you look at the safety data sheet, there are certain sections which are very important from an industrial hygiene point of view. Section 1, which gives your product identity. Section 2 is actually really important due to the global, harmonized classification system that we have. The GHS hazard classes actually can tell a lot about the inherent hazard that might be present in this chemical. The ingredients and their concentrations that are important, the exposure limits, and the other data such as the physical, such as the vapor pressure or the boiling point of the chemical. And then the reactivity is important to understand is there anything else, any other hazard that this particular chemical can produce. And then finally the toxicology data. So all these sections are really important for an industrial hygienist. So how do you approach if you want to develop a screening tool, a digital screening tool for identifying the risk? Well, if you look at any AI platform right now, it can actually extract data from a variety of different formats, be it PDF, be it XML. And the classification can be done by AI as long as you give the AI the right rules to follow. So if you give a right set of rules, the AI would be able to kind of give you an output that might be useful for you. So what's the benefit, right? The benefit is like you can quickly screen the chemicals. and identify what chemicals we want to focus on. But what's the challenge? The challenge is, one, the STS can be, it can vary by regions. You can have different kinds of STS, different types of STS. And also, STS is just telling you the inherent hazard of the chemical. If you want to understand what's the actual exposure, whether my exposure is high, whether my exposure risk is controlled, you also need to look at how that chemical is used at your particular facility. So it only gives you one part of the picture. So keeping that in mind, if we go ahead, what should be the output look like? So the output should be very simple. The AI should actually identify what are my exposure routes, what my potential high-risk tasks can be if I use this chemical. Are there any severity risks like carcinogen or reproductive hazard that needs to be flagged out? We also need to ask AI to check whether this STS is relevant. Is this outdated? Is it missing certain information? Or is it contradicting itself? So those uncertainty flags are really important if you are reviewing the information. And then finally, the output that we want from the AI is whether a qualitative exposure assessment is required or not, or whether this chemical should be prioritized for a QEA. So some very critical triggers that can be told to the AI is, hey, if you have a very low OEL, or if this chemical is a sensitizer, please flag it out. If it's a carcinogen, please flag it out. If it has high volatility and high potential to go inside the air, please flag that out as well. Dermal hazard, which often gets not the kind of attention that is required, can also be looked at through STS, right? Does it have a skin notation? Is my STS giving me a kind of a notice that, hey, there's a particular glove with a breakthrough rating or breakthrough time given? And then finally, is there anything missing in the STS? Is there any missing data? Is there any conflicting information? So this kind of an output can be very, very helpful if you would like to review your chemical hazard and then take appropriate steps. All right. So now, how do we design these rules, right? This is just an example of some rules that you can set up for your AI. For example, if the information is not clearly provided, if the STS says my chemical is proprietary, right? That's a flag. We don't know what's the constituent. We cannot really understand the hazard, right? We would want the OELs to be identified. We would want the hazard classes to be called out. Any exposure routes or physical release cues, like for example, a very high vapor pressure or a very low boiling point, to be called out. And then if the STS lists out any specific LEV that is required, then that is definitely a flag that should be. So ultimately, this will give us enough information for the recommendation of whether this chemical needs to be used for or has to undergo detailed qualitative exposure assessment or not. So these are just some flags in terms of how the business rules have to be defined. Working with AI, you have to be very, very specific. If you give vague input, or if you give the vague direction, the AI is going to come back with vague results. But if you give it the right sort of input in terms of what you want, then it will go back and check and try to find that information for you. So as you can see, for this particular case, I asked the AI to have some basic identification. I also look for some high-risk endpoints like carcinogenicity, certain exposure potential flags like highly volatile chemical, and then any kind of OEL related information or controls related information, physical or chemical triggers. Finally, having a section on STS quality check. So basically checking if any information is not clearly provided. Are there any gaps? Is the revision date very old? Then there's another check that was included where I asked the AI, hey, can you go back to a established database and just check whether these data that you're collecting actually matches what the database is saying. So that's a kind of a governance layer on top of what the AI is going to read from the STS, and the chemicals that it's reviewing, it's going to go back and check and cross-reference whether that makes sense. And then finally, give me the recommendation whether this should be, whether we should go for a QA or not. So I can show you how it looks like, how the output would look like. I give a particular STS of an adhesive for the AI to screen for me, and then it gives me some basic information which tells me the manufacturers, the gas numbers. It tells me if there are any high-risk endpoints, whether there is inhalation toxicity or whether it's a reproductive hazard. And I chose a very, very, very conservative chemical, so you can see it's flagging out sort of everything. Exposure potential flags depending on the chemical properties of the chemical. An OEL scan. Physical chemical triggers. And it's doing a quality check on the STS as well, whether there is any issue with that. And then finally, it gives me a screening outcome, which tells me what's the risk summary, what are the key flags, what are the exposure routes, whether a QA is warranted or not, what is the reason behind the QA to be carried out, and then finally a confidence level in terms of how confident the AI is. So this kind of screening can actually give you a very high level, quick understanding of the risk for a particular chemical. And you can repeat that. You can repeat that with 10 chemicals, 50 chemicals, and it can actually identify what are the chemicals that would probably receive the highest priority. Now, the limitations, as I mentioned earlier, is a lot of times your STS does not have a lot of detailed information. And what the AI in that case, if you put the right governance layer there, it will actually tell you, hey, I don't have the right information. And then exposure limits can vary, and then the information regarding your engineering controls and PPE, it's actually a very generic sort of information. It's not specific to your facility or your task. And these things have to be taken into account when you actually do a risk assessment for your own task, because the risk can actually vary depending on what kind of task it is, how much of that chemical you use, what type of process energy or agitation is there in the system, what are the existing controls, and then how many workers, the duration, and if there are any other byproducts that might be produced while the process is being engaged. So in order to do all of this, you would actually basically, the next step from your chemical screening is your QEA or your qualitative exposure assessment. And the AI can also feed you some very valuable data that can go into your QEA process. So just an example, the chemical hazard information, that actually comes from your STS. And that's something that the AI can actually find for you. So some very important information would be the hazard class of your chemical, right? And then your vapor pressure or your boiling point of the chemical, which will provide you the sort of your inherent risk. So these are some critical signals that can be identified from a safety data sheet, and you can ask the AI for a data output in terms of the chemical and the GHS hazard, the OELs, and your vapor pressure, and then note if there are any data gaps or any other data concerns that might be there. So this again can actually feed into your QEA process, whereby you take this data and then you move on and you check for your quantity, check for your frequency, check for the control setup available at your own site to come up with your final risk. So the benefit is that you can actually screen a lot of chemicals that earlier it would have taken you a long time to do. Okay, another use case. So I have one more use case to share, which is hazardous area classification. And again, the very first step for hazardous area classification, where you are identifying potentially which areas in your facility can create a hazardous atmosphere, is to look at your chemicals or your safety data sheet of that chemical and identify whether it has any flammability concern or not. So this is a very simple agent that would actually review a safety data sheet. And what it's doing is it's just highlighting whether if the particular chemical it has a flammability concern or has a potential to explode or a potential to react with something and create an explosive atmosphere, just flag that out. So there is a flag, and then we're also asking the AI that, hey, if there is some sort of uncertainty, or if you're not aware or you're not able to get the information from the SDS, flag it for manual review, and only say that this is clear of no further review. Only if there are none of these different checkpoints that we have highlighted. And then at the last, we always say, when in doubt, say that do manual review. So this is just prompting the AI that in case of any uncertainty or doubt, please always go back and report it as a manual review candidate. So again, just a quick output. You feed SDS, and it will actually review what's the flammability concerns, the data around it, and then it will flag whether it needs to be reviewed for your flammability assessment in your hazardous area classification. It can provide an output in a tabular format. So if you give like 10, it can actually create an output that you want. It can actually for all the list of your chemicals, it can actually tell you what the concern is, which ones you need to review, and which ones are safe from review. So we tried it. We also fed water to it, SDS of water, and we wanted to check what does it come back with. So just to summarize, SDS review or hazard extraction. This is actually a very useful use case for an AI integration, just because the data is very structured and very standardized, and there are fewer chances for it to have any issues. So what the agent or what the AI will help you do is it reduces your task of doing things, but you still have the responsibility of reviewing things. So it's like an intern that you hire, and you ask the intern to collect the information or provide you the information, but you still need to review what it does, right? Some practical sort of tips that I found useful was always create validation checkpoints and always create flags so that if there is any information that needs to be checked, that can be checked. Ask the AI to report in different different sections that are reviewed, report them in different chunks so that that information can be reviewed as well. And then don't feed 1,000 SDSs at one time to the AI. It will overload the AI, higher chances of AI just hallucinating and seeing and copying information over. So keep your batch sizes small. I think it's easier for you to review it as well. And if you want to create your own agent, do go ahead, but it will take a few iterations. You will have to work through a few iterations to actually come up with an agent that is actually reliable and something that you can use on a regular basis. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Right, so these one, two. Hold on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, 2. Okay, next one.
Right. There will be a slight change of the program structure. If you look at the program, the last one, the panel discussion and scripting that, in the interest of time. What we're going to do is that we're going to have actually a short Q&A session when we come back from the break this time. So be prepared with your questions after the break. Okay? Are you ready for that? Yes, we are. Right. Allow me to introduce our fourth speaker for this afternoon first session before the break. Is from a senior occupational health and hygiene advisor and key account manager for Industrial Scientific Asia Pacific. Title: Objects and Goods Safety.
Yes.
Anyway, put your hands together for that.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to come back again. Last year, I also was here sharing something about the technology, and this year, it's another platform that I'd like to share. So the advanced data analytics with the data analytics platform and real-time monitoring platform, transforming our industrial hygiene practice. First, I would like to start with the key takeaway today. So can you imagine right now how many detectors that are working in Singapore right now? You know that? You don't know. Someone may not know about your own organization. How many detectors are working right now? Yeah, because for gas detection is like now no longer just a gas detection anymore, or just detect the hazard, but it's become a connected source of insight that help your organization to improve reliability, simplicity, workflow, and make smart safety decisions. That would be really, really important right now. If you want to make decision, action for something happening on site, you have to have visibility for the data. If I ask you, when was your last alarm or high alarm in your organization? How can you find out that information? Or where is the visibility of that information? This is why today we're talking about that. A little bit about me. So I'm very young compared to many of you here. So I'm only 36 years, not years old, but years of experience. And but for me, it's like when we combine all experience of everyone here, maybe we have 1,000 years of IH experience, safety experience. That's why it's so powerful when we come together, not just individual. And yeah, it doesn't matter how long I work in this area, but now my focus, my experience is like gas monitoring business, and also is my focus in my life, actually area, all of my life. And for my company a little bit, why I work here, because my company vision and my life vision is aligned. My company vision is to eliminate death on the job in 2050. And as I said, you cannot do alone. We need a partner. That's why we come together and learn together and get something new together. That's why we will together achieve this accomplishment, this vision in 2050. And the challenge of the operation or the organization is first no real-time data visibility, manual report, disconnected data. You have 10 departments, you have 10 Excel sheet, you have 20 Excel sheet. It's not, data is like scattering, it's not come together. And compliance burden when auditor coming, or you don't have calibration report, or you don't have the bank report, where is it? So it's a lot of compliance burden and got stress as well, I guess. And reactive incident report. I have so many witnesses to tank fire or explosion. I said last year, my house is next to the chemical plant. Explosion in the night, and my son is staying at home. So it's like it's so much of the experience of the incident, and we very much do. Even though reactive, we also have a lack of information to make decisions. Too much data, but a few insights. So now we bring today not just my company. You can ask every gas detector provider for this one. So that's why this is awareness of everyone, not just a company. You can ask them, do you have a real-time monitoring platform or automatic report and analytics, or a central safety intelligence, easier for me to do the audit, faster intervention or prevention into any incident, and so on. Now I will share one of the example platform. I don't mean this is the best one or this is a good one, but I can share to you that platform that I really like. This is a platform that, oops, I need to. Okay, this is one of the example of the platform that will retrieve data from your detector and through the docking station or through wireless or whatever technology that the detector provider provides to you. And you can see from here, you see whether total alarm within these 3 years. This is only my demo. It's already 200,000 exposure. I could not imagine some of Singapore company they have like 3,000 detector. How alarm that can happen in 1 month? And you can also, for this one, you can also specify critical alarm like IDLH or STL or TWA is up to you. You can identify that too. High exposure, low exposure, and also we can identify worker alarm. For example, Mr. Sang already have 44 alarm when you use that. Especially when you share detector. It's very hard when I have one of my friend working in refinery. When hydrogen sulfide leak today, for example, and another 2 days, they got report to go back to that person to investigate. That person said, I forgot already. I don't know where I am. I'm not sure. Maybe this part. So one is really bring a very troublesome to industrial hygiene to identify where is the leak of that hydrogen sulfide. But with the real-time monitoring platform, it's immediately you know who, where, and you can fix the problem immediately. And yeah, in that refinery, they found out some modification of the process without aware of the employer of the worker or the operator, and they walk past that pipe every day. So then with this kind of analytical data platform, so they can fix the problem because they know who exposed to the gas and which team, or if I move down here, we can also see the gas leak, alarm by gas type, because some of the operation we have a very specific gas that we want to focus, like refinery they focus on hydrogen sulfide, or if you are the food processing process, you focus on ammonia, or if you are pulp and paper, you focus on chlorine gas. So it depends on the organization, which gas that you want to focus. You can identify the gas leak. So, and also, for this one, they can also, this is our show is really cool. This is the fleet management. As I said, maybe some organizations you don't know how many injectors you have. Some kind of wrong, lovely idea, but I don't know. But this one is exactly number you have. This one 146, and then 40 is out of 46 is ready. Another 116 is not ready because they need attention. Maybe they're out of evaluation ready or some kind of failure. This is part of the fleet management. We have a visibility. Yeah. So I want to share is activity that happen in the operation. Confined spaces or fence line monitoring, also tank cleaning, also emergency response, rescue. Without this visibility, it goes beyond individual awareness. So then, with this connected safety concept, you can see what actually happened. We call team and site-based safety. This guy TJ was in the confined space and hydrogen sulfide leak with the ability of connectivity. It linked to co-washer and also the area monitor outside. Then the rescue team will be aware if anything happened to TJ, what kind of equipment, what kind of rescue equipment that they have to prepare. Because by statistics, maintenance team is the one top level of the team that we have very high fatality in confined space. The second team is rescue. Yeah, in Thailand we have one of the accidents with hydrogen sulfide in food processing. One of the student trainees fell to the sump. Another 5 going to rescue. We have like 5 fatalities because of don't know what is actually happening. So, and more than that, this is ability to connect to real-time training as well. I have a little bit demonstration with Brandon who support me with this one. So as I said, not just only this manufacturer that we have this. I think this is also available with many manufacturers as well. This is just an example. We have audible and we have the area monitor. So I show you the pack, the audio compact. Now we are here. If someone got low oxygen exposure, we have only 3 to 5 minutes for them to rescue or escape. So now Brandon got low oxygen exposure, and they will send the data gas leaking into every monitor, and also at the same time you come up on the platform that you know that. I'm sorry for this. We have noise. That will not cause you hearing loss because it's only 108 decibel. Okay, so I think this is also for me. It's really important for us to work together and upgrade ourselves from Excel sheet industrial hygiene to be a digitalized industrial hygiene together to leverage the awareness, visibility, and also save people's lives. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much. Sorry, hang on, we're gonna give you a little bit of exhibition as well. Hang on. That took me a bit by surprise in terms of the sound that this level machine can make.
Yeah.
Really loud.
Actually, we put muffle.
Oh,
Without
really?
muffle will be. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's go over here, please. 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, hold on. Hold on. One more here, 1, 2. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us here. Right, so just a quick time check right now. It's 3:42 thereabouts. What I'm suggesting is that we take a quicker than normal tea break. Let's meet back here in the room at 4 o'clock sharp. 4 o'clock sharp. Be prepared with questions for like 4 speakers that were on earlier, and we can pick it up from there. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a bit.
Jelas. Sehat, sehat, sehat. Mana? Sehat, sehat.
Okay, ready? Look at the call.
Ada call.
Yeah, memang hari ni online. Meeting pada call.
Kau you nasional tahu gambar ya.
Nanti gambar dia.
Call. Ya.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? One. Okay, would you like to try some?
I don't know. Ada pingsan.
Ada. Okay. Okay, one, three. Okay.
Okay. For those who are still lingering around in the exhibition hall, can I invite all delegates please come back to the conference room, and we'll start the second half of the afternoon session in a minute. Please proceed back to the conference room. Okay, let's try to get kicked off the afternoon session or the second half of the afternoon session quickly. As mentioned earlier before the break, we will not be having the panel discussion at the end of the day. So instead of that, we would like to invite anyone with questions that you want to shoot or share with any of the speakers for the afternoon session. If you have, raise your hand, colleagues will actually go around the mic so that you can actually pose a question. And if the speaker is around or anyone else knows that we would like to answer, do so as well. Anyone? All very shy. Or all prefer to actually just type in the app. Nobody questions at the moment. Just, okay. Totally fine, no worries. We are actually very glad that everybody is using the app to its fullest extent. We see a lot of questions over there. We see that speakers are also answering those questions over there. So do feel free to browse it at your leisure. I'm sure you'll be able to gain something out of it. So, if there is no questions that you would like to pose at this point in time, we'll kick off the last bit of this conference. To kick off the second half of the afternoon session, we have the Health and Safety Director of Vinci Energies Asia Pacific, sharing the artificial intelligence and repetitive task risk assessment from repetitive task analysis to decision support for the ergonomics. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr.
Michael, check that. So, good afternoon, everybody, and I hope that the quantity of coffee was sufficient to resist for other activities. My apologies, I'm not English speaking, so my session will be specifically with an terrible Italian accent. Yes, I'm coming from Italy, so if you don't understand me, feel free later on to stop me. It will be my pleasure to repeat and repeat again until it is clear. And also, the topic that I'm going to present today probably has been already presented yesterday and for sure also today. There are some basic concepts that the speaker before me were highlighting. And obviously, it's normal when you arrive at the end of today's session that someone is starting to repeat. I didn't copy them, I didn't take inspiration of them, but it's the truly experience of everybody. 3 points. AI can support job, decision, and AI can accelerate your activities, your assessment. But AI doesn't replace the ergonomics. Yes, I'm going to talk about the ergonomics, and in particular, ergonomics is a huge topic. 2 words about me. As I mentioned, I'm an Italian engineer, and here in Singapore, many years, working for an international company. But today, I'm speaking on behalf of IOSH, Institution of Occupational Safety and Health. And I bring my experience, only my experience, almost 70 years. And what I say is valid today, not tomorrow. Because because AI is changing so fast that in 1 year time, my presentation will be totally obsolete. So fly it today, please remember next year when we will meet here again. Don't be angry with me if my slide will not be updated anymore. A simple video that I downloaded from internet because I was trying to do it with my phone, but it was shaking too much. As you can see, this lady is painting a wall. Ground floor, very simple activities. Probably someone of you have already tried this exercise. Very useful to burn fat. The day after, paracetamol for everybody, painkiller. Or these other activities. Manufacturing industry. It's happened every time. Every time I go to see a dental manufacturing company, whatever it is, there is always someone, also in the small shop that in the background is doing this kind of activities every day, every moment. This, pizza. For sure in Italian we need to speak about pizza. Who don't like it? But who make it? Make it the same movement, the same posture, the same activities every day for 6-7 days per week, probably for 30 years. And the numbers are clear, very clear. If we look in Europe, where I'm coming from, in Singapore, where we are now, in Australia, in India, or also in New Zealand, or America, wherever you are, the majority of the company, majority of the business are very small company with 10 or 50 people. The majority of the business are family business. So in Europe, 99% of the enterprise employees have less than 50 employees. Do you think that such company have inside one health and safety specialist full-time? Is a consultant that maybe appear 2-3 times per year. Sign a few pieces of paper, good luck. Do you think that if they start to talk about ergonomics, someone understand? Zero. And the same everywhere. Singapore, 94.7% of the business, less than 25 employees is normal. It's the backbone of our industry. Small family company. Safety, unfortunately, is just another piece of paper, bureaucracy that they need to fill. And the result is that musculoskeletal problem is one of the common health problems all around the world. Always. Make this example. Search a small company. Stop one worker. Ask him or her 3 questions. May I disturb you? First question. He say yes. Ask her, how's it going today? Probably he or her will answer you, everything okay. Then you ask her, I see that you are making some movement strange. Do you have neck pain or shoulder pain? 90 minutes of complaining. This is the answer. Like my mother-in-law. When he start to talk about pain, starting from here the shoulders, is also here, here the back, I took the painkiller, doesn't work, the doctor doesn't understand nothing, etc. And it's normal. And it's happening everywhere around the world. We are not talking about something new. It's a huge elephant, invisible, present here in this room, present in every company around the world. And every health insurance need to pay thousands of money for people that cannot work because they have inflammation, tendinitis, need to go surgery to fix problem due to repetitive tasks. The legislation, and here I was doing the example of Singapore, Europe, Australia, India, and that continues with this example. clearly give the responsibility to the employer to assess the risk, especially for repetitive tasks, especially for musculoskeletal disease, especially every time we need to do movement. Every legislation, there is no doubt. But how can a small company do this kind of assessment? How can an employer that has probably his wife, two sons, and one nephew employee take the right decision? It's difficult. So, officially, we need to call an expert, an ergonomist. An ergonomic expertise that analyze the movement, the type of activities, the force involved, how many times per day this kind of operation is done, and can take some action. Action based on a proper analysis. It can be done accordingly different things. For example, OCA. For example, ISO 11228. Etc., etc. Every country has a different system to analyze this kind of risk. And until now, there was an expertise. Unfortunately, arrived at AI. And I'm starting to hear more often people that say, I asked the AI if it's a problem, and the AI told me that there is no problem. It's not the answer. AI told me that I should not do nothing. Come on. AI is not the expertise. We need a health and safety expert that tell to the employer you need to call the ergonomist and do the assessment, do a report, do a series of action. Why AI is not an ergonomic expert? For many reasons. The same reason that you hear this morning, that you hear yesterday, that we will continue to hear in the next days. AI cannot see the full context of the work. AI is just a software, it's not present on site, doesn't see many data that a human can see, doesn't see the temperature of the room, doesn't ask how many hours are you working, your age, precondition. And if you don't input this data, AI doesn't know. You cannot imagine that you are a generic human. That's it. And one video is not sufficient because the video, if you took from one position on another, can show different things. And obviously, AI can misunderstanding the activities itself. But more important, AI is not recognized as an expertise. And when you are in the tribunal, because your employer sue you, the judge will ask you, few questions. Did you explain this result? Can you defend your result? No. It's Judge PT that told me like this. And this is a problem. It's like to go there in front of the judge and say, my mom told me to do like this. It's not an answer that can sustain a tribunal. And AI is not recognized in any tribunal in the world as sufficient. AI cannot go in a company alone. There is always some human behind. And so, why you should use AI? Because AI can make faster previous job, before the expertise arrive on site. Can help you to find the right expertise and can help you to implement the result that expertise have found. It can tell you exactly how to prepare your job before the expertise arrives. It is another huge gap. There are many types of AI. The most common that everybody of you is using today, so opening your computer, typing something in the browser, is generative AI, very generic. I don't want to say name, I will tell you just Ecopilot, is fantastic tools, but are multi-purpose. Multi-purpose like Swiss knife. And then you're either with a specific task. I want to do repetitive ergonomic assessment. It's not able to do it. It's like if you need to cut a forest to warm up your home with a Swiss knife. It's not the right tools. You need a software that have the right accuracy, that have a validated method, consistency, that is answering exactly what you want. This is called computer vision software. It's already on the market, this kind of system, since 20 years ago. Computer vision software can help you in the ergonomic assessment. And now, in the market today, there are computer vision software that have AI integrated. But you cannot use generative AI, free license, that you find on the internet and expecting the same result. Are different things. Especially the video of Antti painting the room, they show the beginning. I took in the video, I put in one of these AI system and they ask, which article is present? And you say, poor footwear, painting material on the floor, long extension board, there is a potential inhalation of painting, everything except the fact that tomorrow that they have shoulder pain. And I was exactly expecting that answer. He found a list of risks that probably are not present, because if any of us have been the room of our children one time in their life, we haven't done yet, the sooner you will do it. And there is not the risk of our material because we are using a water-based paint. AI doesn't know. Generative AI doesn't know this data. Doesn't know if the lady in the video is the first time that is doing this job, is 40 years that is painting, or is just doing something for 2 minutes. Doesn't know. And so if a generative AI give me a long answer that is not valid. And in fact, at the end of the day, me as an expert, I throw away the data. And I know that was the wrong answer. The small employer with 10 employees doesn't know that the results are not valid. And he can use this result in a wrong way. So, generative AI evolved generic risk assessment based on a few seconds. A normal ergonomist takes days to analyze a normal workplace. There is no worker interview, no information about the environment. You see how many things are missing. As we already mentioned, and as we already saw in my presentation, be precise, check it, and obviously try to test the AI, because if you don't do, the result is not at the level of your expectation. Other things, generic AI suffer of hallucination. Also, this word I hear many times today, hallucination. Isaac Asimov, writer of book, passed away in 1970 or 1976, was asking, can robots dream? Today we don't know the answer, but we know that computer with AI can be hallucinating. It's happening continuously. If you don't pay attention, the answers are completely hallucinated. Make this test tonight. When you are in your bed before to sleep, in the morning, open generative AI and ask, I want to be a millionaire. How I should do? Start to give you a series of answers. Start to chasing it, and continues. After 10 minutes, or someone tell you, wait, switch off the light. Or the generative AI told you, buy a Lamborghini. Say, how I can buy a Lamborghini? A billionaire must have a Lamborghini, but I'm not a billionaire. And then AI say, yeah, you're right, you're not yet a billionaire. In only 10 minutes, From the first point that I want to be a billionaire, AI start to dream that you are already a billionaire. And the same happens when you give data on health and safety. And there accountability, and then obviously AI, usually generated AI, give the answer that you want to hear. It's like your best friend. Is giving you the answer that you want to hear every time. Doesn't contradict you. And if he need to contradict you, you do very, very, very soft that you don't understand. So, we say that there are several computer vision software available on the market. I will not give you the name because it's not my job to make promotion of them. But for sure you can find them. They are very suitable, that are already tested years, that have a clear analysis and protocol, and exactly they follow some standard procedure recognized around the world. Ergonomics software, they are the right tools. Specific that suffer much less hallucination. They have already integrated the AI, but with strong limitation. So it cannot deviate from the main topic. And there is traceability. So you can rebuild the algorithm that has been used, you can defend the result. And in front of any request of clarification, you can say, yes, the calculation has been done in this way. You can present it. Generated AI don't give you the right answer. Here are some examples from the internet, because I was noticed that the software that I have is the logo everywhere. Basically, you install this piece of software on your mobile phone, like a normal app. You go to the site, and immediately can tell you if there are some issues. But that is not the final report. You can choose the right methodology. Also here, there are 1,000 methodologies for the repetitive task. OCRA is what we use in Italy. Occupational repetitive assessment, something like that. I used many times, many years ago. Today I will not be able to do it anymore. I lost the capability. But I remember very well nights that I spent on Excel to fill in the form. Rula, what has been used in US, in the UK. There are other systems used in US or Australia or around the world. And here another problem. Country that you go, you need to change the methodology because you cannot use an Italian methodology system in every Singapore that is not recognized. The AI can help you to find the right input. You say, hey, I need to do an assessment here in Singapore. What I need? Give exactly the description of the job and give you some input. Take some video, take some interview. This is the right way to use AI, like a support on your activities. And collect the data. Or can help you to find the right specialist. For example, I need to do an ergonomic assessment here in Singapore. I found it. And I asked her, please, let me know which are the most ergonomic specialists in Singapore. I give you a list. The first one is the Institute of Ergonomics and Hygiene. Hey, you are here, right? But ChatGPT give me, or any type of generated AI, it can give me the right answer that I want to hear. It started to reply to me in Italian. I didn't ask it to reply in Italian. I make a question in English. We were talking about this presentation today, everything in English, and he replied to me in Italian language. This is another reason. It can assess how many days, not the cost. Please don't do like my mother-in-law, that before to call the plumber, check on AI, the cost, and then say, you know, too expensive. Here, AI told me this price. So, we, safety specialists, find a problem. We use AI to collect the evidence to help us to start the job, to find the right assessment and to call the right specialist. But then it's the specialists, the ergonomics, that validate the assessment. They give us a report that is valid with a proper series of action. And then the AI can support for the activities later on. So, will AI take our job in the future? No, absolutely not. AI doesn't replace the ergonomics, doesn't replace any one of us. AI is just a tool that can help to do faster and better our job if used properly. If used improperly, it's just another mess that we bring at home. That's it from my presentation. If you have any question, use the chat or contact me directly after for the next coffee, if there is.
Okay, this one, two. Okay, one more. Okay, one, two. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we are coming to our final speaker for conference. And he is coming from Malaysia, the occupational health physician, senior lecturer of School of Medicine, International Medical University, IMU, Malaysia. Topic is from observation to prediction. Advancing ergonomics risk assessment using AI, HAPO, all lesson experiences in industrial practice. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Ahmad Khalid.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon everyone. I proud to see all of you still here towards the end of the conference. So it will be tough for me because the last speaker to make you still awake and also to somehow conclude all the economic conference for 2026. Yeah. Okay, so I would like to share with you the real case study that I conducted in one of the manufacturing industry about the ergonomic risk assessment and how I utilized the part of the assessment using the AI to help for the posture assessment and so on. And the most important, how we interpret the result of the ergonomic risk assessment. So my topic will be the advanced ergonomic risk assessment using AI that I'm using the Hapolia in industrial practice. So integrated calculation with art and math as well to support for the repetitive work and also manual handling activities. So let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Fairuz. You can call me Dr. Ahmad. It's easy for you to pronounce it. Okay, so basically I'm from the IMU universities and also I do practice as the occupational health practitioners and to practice as the occupational physicians and we do the hygiene assessment as well. Okay, so back to our case study. So this assessment, I'm using the Hapolia for assess the posture analysis, art for the repetitive, and also math assessment to assess the manual handling activities. Okay, so the questions are first is where is the posture elevation sustained? There is a problem with the posture or not in this manufacturing industry. Second is about repetitive tasks. There is a presence or not the repetitive task risk in this work task activities. And number three is manual handling activities that you perform. Okay, so what we did assessment on 24 task levels with the posture analysis and using the Hapolia. The Hapolia is very simple, practical, and very fast. You can download, they have the apps, so you never know from what thing, but for you to use daily so that you can check your workers. I think your background mainly you have you are the safety in charge and safety officer. So for you to practical, for you to use apps, you just take video 1 or 2 minutes, you just upload. It's free. Then they can give you analysis of the body analysis and total about 58 advanced era work units. And then this take me about 7 days, and then this one work, site at work manufacturing. So again, for the posture, I'm using a Korea art for repetitive work and Mac tools to assess the manual handling activities. So the process, I record the videos, and then some of them I take pictures, and of course we need to interview one-to-one the production workers. So we need to interview their tasks and how make the frequency, their weight, and our friend from Italy. When he said that from Italy, that my mind thought we have the Daniel Ramazini here in Singapore. Okay, that because Ramazini is the father of occupational medicine. Okay, the first person that written a book on ergonomics and other occupational medicine. Okay, so back to the story. So you can record your videos. Okay, you track. You can upload in the Apolia, and then they will tell you about the angulation, percentage of angulation, and also then that's how they will give you the scoring. You last score, then you need to prioritize. Okay, so why I'm encouraged that we need to move from Reba traditional that we take pictures and with the video, whatever the software you can use, as our friend mentioned, you can use other software also. We have the balance flow and so on, so you can use. We encourage because we can record the times. We need the whole rotation of the task. That's the most important. Okay, because we cannot assess only by capture one single shot of the picture. We need the overall time. Okay, sustained exposure. Okay, so that can give false idea if we just assess by single shot picture. Okay, so this is the example. So first you can get the angulation, joint angle class. So they can tell you how many percentage, around 10 degree, 20 to 30 degree, and more than 30 degree in the severe one. How many percent? When they perform, you record 2 minutes, for example, how many percent out of that video is extended upward postures. So that is the idea. We want to get the severity depends on how many long videos. And then also when you do the assessment, they will give you the scoring. Automatically the AI will give you the scoring based on the angulation just now. It put you in the high risk and severe, moderate risk or low risk, and based on this scoring, last scoring. Okay, so for this AI, if you use, you need to interpret with your own expert as well, because Hapodia not give you the final risk analysis whereby you combine the table A and table B. If you use that, okay, then you get the total score. But the Hapodia not give you that parameters. Okay, you need to interpret by your own. Okay, and on top of that, when you interpret, assess also other part of the ergonomic risk factors, you need to interpret individually as well. So I will share with you how we can interpret together with the repetitive and also manual handling. Okay. So from this case study, we found out that 58% mean elevated duration across 6 body regions, and all the assessment, the mean upward posture about 58%. At least one region elevated more than 70% of the video, 87.5%, the upward posture. And then about 3 regions, more than 50% of the video, 95.8% in their upward posture. So this involves 23 tasks out of the 24 tasks. Okay, so you can see here, the worst is the neck. That's a common, right? As I observed this case also when we in this conference as well, sometimes we do on our phone, laptop, we do work, and so that's a common posture. Unless I observe this, our Mr. Kelly always straight from New Zealand. He was very good, always straight for the posture. Okay, so 72% of the workers have the neck elevated or forward posture, followed by the shoulder elevated. Okay. Okay, so from neck, we can see the severity for the neck posture, 20% in severe, moderate, about 50%, and also only 28% is out of all the motors and acceptable. Okay, and then of course we have the task, and we need the dominant hand, right and left. So we have about 30%, the difference elevated between right and left arm. Okay, for all the workplace. 10 out of 24 workplace, 30.3 percentage point difference between right and left. Okay. So this where we analyze the results. And when we analyze it, we can see the overall what is the problem and in the when you're performing the task. Not responding. Okay. So highest important bands clustered at the neck and elbow. So you see 20 number of task report for the neck. It's called 5 or 6 uvula and elbow, right elbow, where they perform UD, the dominant hand, right? So 19 of the work units and for tasks involved for the right hand. Okay. So this is overall based on the work unit, and we can see the percentage elevated of each body part. And so if you see different work unit, you can see the different regulation, different area that you need to concentrate. So this is very important when you analyze the result. Then you know where the correction that you should do. Concentrate either at the neck, neck and shoulder, or trunk area. So those yang red, so you need to concentrate to correct the abnormal posture. So this is how you can utilize your data for your intervention, right? So that is the more on the posture analysis and that questions. This is example of the repetitive the art that we use. So 47 tasks are assessed using art analysis. So we found out that 44 out of 47 fall under high risk of repetitive work in production. That's quite common production in Malaysia because they want numbers, and all the production engineer they put the numbers of production. You know, they have the target every week, every day they have target 10,000 and 15,000 they have target production unit. That's why they have the repetitive work. And 44 or 47 repetitive work. That's all. And so this is the highest. You see all the work unit, the highest is 40 and above. The highest score is 22 and above, double than the highest. Very high. Okay, so median art score for the total production is 33, still highest, and then range over from 16 to 49.5. Only one of the work unit is not repetitive. Okay, and then this manual handling, Mac. So when you use the Mac, you cannot rely based on the scoring. So this is where your ergonomist, you as the ergonomist, is very important for your experience to do your suggestion for the corrective measure, corrective action. Okay, because the best approach, your recommendation as the ergonomist, so you need to have experience, and also you need to recommend to correct the abnormal posture, to correct the weight, and also the repetitive. Okay, so manual handling, you can have an idea by the scoring, but you need to go by the color coding system, right? Okay, so this I did analysis between just play with the data from the posture analysis and also the art and for the repetitive. So this also shows the confirm that there is no correlation between the posture and also the repetitive work. So meaning to say you need to do intervention for both components. Okay. So because these are the assess different components when you perform the activity. Okay, so the overall data, if let's say you do a few assessments, right? When you perform advanced ergonomic research assessment, of course you do like this. Either you want to use Okra, art, and you want to use different assessment tools, but you need to do some recommendation. So usually what my experience was, the industry will ask, so which part of the work unit or job task that I need to prioritize first? That is a common question, right? So if you are the managers also, you want to know. So you give all these high risk, and which one I need to implement, right? So then you need to assess. Okay, you need to put some indicators for your own justifiable based on your data. If let's say you have art very high, so like this, I put indicator, I put 40 because I still have a lot of the work unit that exceed the 40. Even though art, they don't have the cut-off point 40, and their cut-off point high risk is 22. So for you to prioritize which work unit that you need to implement first, that is based on your experience and overall data as well. That's why you need to analyze. So you see the all tabulation data like this, then I can prioritize for those yang high duration, and the high duration, the posture, high duration posture, plus the work unit that have high art score more than 40. So I put the first that you need to solve. So this is the work unit. Okay, so they need to look at this, they can prioritize this intervention first. And the second, those who are high duration, but the art, and they have the high posture, forward posture, high duration, but the art is less than 40. And then after they settle this work unit, then they come out with those who are over posture score, lower duration, but the art and the repetitive is high. Less forward posture, but repetitive. Okay, and the last is below, and then the art also low. So then you can do some corrective measure, or you can maintain and sustain. So that's the idea when we assess, we have multiple assessment tool, you have data, then you can prioritize. That's a triangulation view that you can see from your analysis. Okay. Thanks. Okay. So this I just want to show that even though your outward posture score is low, but sometimes you need to look on your back handling as well, and back score as well. It doesn't matter. It's not reflect your posture is good already, and you're satisfied with that, but you not analyze the manual handling. So you need to be careful. Sometimes even though the outward posture, you teach them how to carry and so on, but they lifting a very heavy object. So you need to assess the MAC as well. The manual handling score might be high, you have a purple color, red color, so you need to address for that particular area. Okay, so that is a manual handling. Okay, and then for the industry, sometimes we do only for the production. So my experience that conducted in industrial area, manufacturing area, don't miss in office environment as well. So we found out that high risk also in the industry, and 73.8% high risk score in the office work in the industry as well. Actually a lot. Even some of the workplace, office worker, their score is higher compared to the production area. So that's very important point. So there are a few that in the office workers. That's why we are at commercial acquisition nowadays, we receive many collapse these cases. Especially those office workers is involved your survival, and it's more complicated. And so that will be important for us to prevent that. Okay, so only towards the end. So back to the basic posture geometry and for our control measures to reduce the repetitive work by engineering control if possible, and then train our workers with manual handling and also ergonomic aids tools, and a lot of things nowadays we can provide to our industry, and also important recovery, and we teach them how to do stretching at home, in the office, during break time, and as well. Okay. So baseline and do your assessment. If you are not perform any ergonomic risk assessment for your industry, please do ergonomic assessment so that you have a baseline, and then try to redesign based on your data, and then reassess again so you know the pre and post how effective and your control measure, and already good response, low risk, and then you need to be sustained. Okay. So strength using support as our colleague mentioned, we use AI as our supporting tools for our ergonomic assessment, for our hygiene assessment, and so on. Okay. So time distributed regional posture data, task specific art and Mac context, and plant-wide production and office coverage, and transparent task matching and interpretation for our data is important. Okay. So in conclusion, take home message, use AI to measure time, then triangulate. And the most important, we have many assessment tools that you need to triangulate our data. And then we justify and give our expert opinion, we do proper recommendation to industry. Okay. I might change the ranking because reputation and handling are different tasks. We actually different two major different components. Okay. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. One, two. Hold on. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you everyone for staying. We truly appreciate all the bodies over here. We have officially come to almost the end of the 2026 Ergonomics Hygiene Conference. Before we end this, it's been my pleasure to be able to MC this event once again. But before we have the closing address from our organizing chairman, I would like to express a sincere thanks on behalf of the organizing committee for all of the delegates that will travel from all parts of Singapore and all parts of the region to be here in Singapore for over these 2 days. So with that, I shall hand over to Mr. Zelen Chan, organizing chairman of the conference.
Okay, I really want to thank all our co-organizers of the organization. A lot of people came over this today and asked me, Zelen, how do you manage to get so many good speakers into our speakers? I think it's not my effort, it's basically all the friends we meet together. And I think we all come together because we really believe that workplace health, workplace safety is worth our time investing, come together, learn together, share together what we have done. And some of you have came forward over the last 2 days to say, hey, Zelen, I want to contribute to next year. Yeah, please write to us. Now, as a concluding, let's think about this. I started this conference yesterday. I asked a question about potential risk and impact. What kind of impact? I asked them to think about over the next 2 days, to think about how are we going to change the way we work, how will AI have changed some of our roles and things. I hope you get something. But I realized at least 5 or 6 people told me this. Everybody is talking about AI. Everybody is talking about AI. What's new? Is it like? And I think, but one of the things I think all of you should realize that it seems while I didn't get all the speakers and give them exactly the title, right? I give them this theme, and we already sense that we are all quite on the same path. We are all very concerned about some of the key things like how AI, we are over reliant. A lot of people, the speaker from the ground, everybody is saying, oh, we cannot over reliant, human must be the loop and all that. And so do we still want to talk about AI? Is AI creating impact? I leave that to you to think about that. We have some observations of the whole. So the hype, everybody is talking about AI. How long will we talk about AI? What do you think? Next year's thing, has changed everything with the AI word? No, right? Now, but think about this. We are primarily the health and safety department. department, health and safety job role as a function. What we have here the last few days, we still see that we are at the stage where we are discussing about how AI can help on certain part of some part. So we hear, oh, AI can help to do this risk identification. AI can help to analyze the NPS. AI can help me to do certain things, include into this machine to go into compliance space. But as the whole process in health and safety, the AI is not much integrated into the entire process. Yeah. So it's only part of our work. And I think the conversation as we go forward, likelihood AI will actually becoming more invisible because it will just quietly integrate the process. So I think that's one. We don't know if I have a crystal ball, I'm able to tell you where to create. I can't. But likelihood more likely we will start to integrate some of the AI into how our work, our process, and at some stage we can really look at the entire of our health and safety function, hygiene function to say, these are where I use AI. And it might actually become very visible because it's so seamless. But we will then start to think about another direction because at the same time, the health and safety function is talking about AI. Look at the other conference, the finance conference, they are thinking about how to use AI in their process. The IT, the cyber security, every other domain is thinking about how are they using AI. And it seems that we haven't had that multidisciplinary discussion yet. So imagine in the whole company, the health and safety director, engineering director, production director, right now, today's work, each of us, the 4 or 5 directors of different departments are going to their own conferences, their own domain to talk about how to use AI. I think the next conversation soon is that we need to come together and say how do we integrate AI into our whole company, in the organization. But our health and safety function, though, I like to think that we are a little bit more unique because we want to ensure health and safety throughout the whole process. So maybe one of the areas that we might be thinking is we immediately think about impact. How is AI going to help us to design safer work? And we might even be thinking, okay, engineering team, you are now going to integrate this process in AI or whatever. Is it going to lead to just safer work or just making your work faster? No. We should be actually telling them, hey, while you are thinking about just using AI to make your work faster, is it safer? Is it healthier? Because our other colleagues in other departments may be thinking about AI to enhance some of their work process, but we have a special role on health and safety to make sure that the way we do it can ensure safe and healthier. So for once, next year, I want to leave the AI out. Next year's topic, the team that we have now set up is to design safer and healthier work. Thank you for spending the 2 days to think about this, and the days going forward to think about this. And next year, this is the team that we have set up, designing safer and healthier work. We will go back. We go back to our domain again and say, at the end of the day, the impact we want is a safer and healthier workplace. And hope by next year, the topic is not all how we have, but how is AI already giving us this impact that we want. Once again, thank you for staying through the 2 days, and I hope you really enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Stay dry and stay gentle. See you next time.
Okay, thank you.